I'm going to call the meeting. Yep. So it is 7:01 on October 26, 2021. I call this meeting of the Wellfleet Select Board to order in accordance with the temporary suspension and enhancement of the open meeting law requirements by the Commonwealth of Massachusetts. First item on the agenda is open session, public comments and announcements. Public comments must be brief and the board will not deliberate or vote on any matter raised solely during announcements and public comments. So first I'm going to go to Rebecca.
Thank you, Chair Curley. I just wanted to take a minute and thank Charlie, Rebecca, the select board, and all the town staff and numerous town committee and board members that reached out to me over the past few weeks with the death of my son. Your support has truly meant the world to me, and I am grateful to work in such a loving and supporting community. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Rebecca. Helen?
Yes, I'm announcing again that starting this coming Saturday, the 6th, and then on Saturday, the 13th and the 20th, we have our all-important harbor conference. And right now on the town website, on the homepage, there's a way to link to it right in the box in the middle of the homepage. And it's in the morning. It's 3 mornings in a row. Thank you.
Okay, so I have two. The first is that there is going to be trick-or-treating in the center of town on the 31st. So I'm very glad to the people that put this together for the kids of Wellfleet. Last year was really really nice. I'm glad to see it again. And then the second is that I'd like to take this opportunity to remind the public and fellow board members that our meetings are run according to Robert's Rules of Order. And I do prefer some degree of flexibility, but it's imperative that our meetings are run smoothly and efficiently. If we continue to have issues with members speaking out of turn or order, it will force me to take measures that will create more formality and that I would not prefer, and I believe that the rest of the board would prefer that we did not. So that's all. Okay, on to
Question. Could you clarify one point, Chair Curley?
it's not open for discussion.
No, I just didn't understand one thing. It's clarification, not discussion.
It's discussion. So, yep.
I didn't understand one thing you said. Do you mind clarifying?
I can't discuss it, Helen. This is some of the
Can you
problem.
explain something you said?
All right.
Never mind.
So I'm going to enforce stricter rules starting next meeting. So sorry. Onto the consent agenda. So without objection, without objection, I will declare the items on the consent calendar passed without requiring the reading of each one individually. Is there any objections to any of these?
Just one, Chair.
Yes, go ahead,
Yeah.
Helen.
Just to add one thing to the motion for the first item, which is to make it clear to add and to waive the use of town property fee as opposed to just the fee. Okay, thank you.
I mean, that's immaterial to the motion. So I don't know.
The fee is $50 for application, and that's why you designate what kind of fee it is. All you have to do is add use of town property to the last part of the sentence. Thank you.
All right, well, I'm going to declare the after two ones passed. For the first one, I consider it a dilatory motion to add inane words after every single one of our motions at this point. It's getting to be a problem.
May we hear from the rest of the board, please?
Sure.
What's the question?
She wants to add additional words to another motion.
To clarify what kind of fee?
So the motion says, and to waive the fee. She wants to have it read, and to waive the use of town property fee.
I don't see any need for that. I think that's perfectly clear the way it is.
I would agree with that. Yeah, I think we could move on.
So I'll need to take a roll call vote on this. So I move to approve the town hall green and parking lot for a silent walk down Commercial Street or down Main Street, or I move to use the town hall green parking lot and Main Street for a silent walk to Sarah Blandford for the 20th annual MLK walk on January 17th, 2022, beginning at approximately 12:45 and to be over around 2 p.m. and to waive the fee. Can I have a roll call vote, please?
I'll second it and then I'll say Janet, I.
Okay.
Vaughn, aye.
Brian, I. Mike? No, he's not.
Mike's on?
Is Mike here?
Yeah, he's here.
I'm muted, I'm sorry. Aye.
Okay, Helen?
Helen, I, given that we've clarified which. fee.
Okay, we're moving on. So. Okay. We are on to COVID-19 updates and recommendations. So Hillary?
Hang on, I just have to unmute her. Okay, Hillary, you're all set.
Thank you. So let's see, in the previous 2 weeks from today, going back 2 weeks, our cases have dropped to 13. I fear there's some misinformation out in the community because I did receive a call today from an individual who thought she had heard we had 71 cases. So that's not the case. We have 13 cases. They're continuing to come down, which is great. The Board of Health will meet tomorrow and we will reassess our percent positivity and see if we've come down below 3. If we've come down below 3 and our cases continue to drop, the board will look at releasing the mask mandate. So the board will meet tomorrow at 5:30. Of our 13 cases, we have 2 individuals under the age of 12. We have 3 folks that are between the ages of 12 and 20, none between 20 and 30 years of age, 2 between 30 and 40, 1 between 40 and 50, 1 between 50 and 60, 2 between 60 and 70, and 2 that are over 70. So the numbers seem fairly widespread in the various age groups at this point. So encouraged that the numbers are coming down. Barnstable County is continuing to test folks that are interested in being tested in Eastham on Tuesdays. They're also offering booster shots for COVID at the county complex on Thursdays. So if you need more information, certainly check Barnstable County Department of Health and Environment website. You can sign up there for a vaccine booster or for a test. And with that, I'm happy to answer questions if folks have any.
Okay, are there any questions from the board?
Yeah, Hillary,
Yes.
could you just clarify who is approved for booster shots?
Sure. So the list it's rather vague at this point. So most folks that have been vaccinated over 6 months are eligible for a booster. They have to be over 65, immunocompromised in some way, or work in a service industry. You can get more details on that. You can call me if you have a specific question. Or you can check the CDC website because it's fairly well spelled out.
Okay, I was just
And
asking.
Yep, no, so that would apply to Pfizer and Moderna. J&J, anyone who received J&J is eligible for a booster at this time.
Okay, yeah, I was just asking for the benefit of the public,
Yep.
maybe on the meeting. So,
Okay, Helen, you had your hand up briefly.
I took it down. It was a mistake.
Okay. I do have one concern with COVID. I would like to see the town hall open on on a normal business week relatively soon. All the other towns on the Cape are doing that. We are by far the most laggard in terms of reopening town hall. We all know that our web capabilities are not 100% optimal for servicing the needs of the citizens. And there are also some citizens who really struggle with technology, and they really do need access to town hall and its staff to conduct their business in the course of operations. So
Mr. Chair,
go ahead, Mike.
I'd also like to see the public library be open more regularly and a more return to their regular hours. I don't know the feasibility of it, but you know, we have stores and department stores and everything open right now. And you know, whatever requirements they need to do to keep people safe, I think it's just important that we kind of can return to the hours and some of the programming maybe that they offered before.
Helen?
Question through you for Hillary. Okay, so yes, it would be nice if those two public buildings were open more freely, but can the people who work there, can town hall, can the town administrator, can whoever does it mandate that people are masked when they go into these buildings?
Yeah.
Because,
That's already
It
mandated.
is,
Helen.
it is.
wait a minute, but hold on.
It's mandated by the select board right now.
Excuse me, I'm asking Hillary if the Board of Health, of course, could change that. They're going to be on it. And they've already switched it a couple of times. So Hillary, would it be possible, let's say the Board of Health says, okay, you know, it's recommended that you wear masks in public buildings, but if the Board of Health changes it, could it still be mandated by the people who work there, you know, by their deciding it?
So Hillary, before you go, right now it is mandated by the select board for the town hall offices. The Board of Health also has their own mandates that apply more broadly to the town. But right now there is also a mandate from the select board that mandated the wearing of masks within town hall. And that's enforced right now. It has not been asked to be revoked. So, I mean, it's at the discretion of both the select board and the Board of Health currently. Mike?
I also believe, just to add to that, that the select board cannot overrule the Board of Health and make things more lenient that the Board of Health has set, but we can be stricter than the Board of Health. And I know that Provincetown undertook that in a masking order that they had issued on Commercial Street. So I think even if the Board of Health were to change the masking guidelines, we as a select board could still institute stricter guidelines than the Board of Health. Not that I think that it's, I'm not taking a position one way or the other at the moment. I'm just saying that as it stands right now, even if the Board of Health were to say, you know, we are not issuing a mask mandate, the select board's mask mandate for municipal buildings would still be in effect. I don't know if that confuses everyone more or clarifies anything. Or if I'm wrong. Oh, you might know.
Okay, so do we want to give the town administrator some directions in terms of reopening town hall tonight?
I would say yes.
Okay, Charlie, what's a feasible time schedule for you?
Is he muted?
Yep,
He's unmuting.
All right. I was struggling with that. So remember, I'm going to be away for a bit next week, frankly. So let me work with the staff and consider that week, maybe of the 9th, November 9th. And I can do some work on it tomorrow and early next week.
okay. Helen? You're muted.
I didn't mute myself. That would also be a time perhaps, Charlie, to see how the staff at town hall felt about that. And if there's a big
I'm in the select
reaction
board
against
meeting.
doing it,
I'm
I would
already back.
appreciate this coming back to the board and to learn about it. Thank you.
Steve?
Okay, Mike?
I was just gonna say that maybe we could have a motion that the town administrator do an evaluation and come back to the board with a recommendation on how to open. And, you know, I think the board, I think for me, as close that we can get to being regular hours every day, even if it's not all day, that there's a time when people can get to into the building during certain hours, at least, that would be, I think, a benefit to the community, and that during those time periods, it'd be easier to sort of say like, well, Town Hall is open to the public, you know, masking should be worn, well, there's any public in the office and everything like that. And then during those off hours, things could be the way that they are in Town Hall right now, which is if you're in your own office or whatever. I can't remember exactly, but so I guess that would be my motion.
I would second that.
Can you repeat a briefer motion?
Sure, I move that the town administrator do an analysis of and make recommendations to the board on how to reopen with a more regular schedule, preferably open daily for a minimum number of hours per day. I would say, I don't know what that number
Okay.
should.
That's good. Okay. Second.
I seconded it.
Okay.
What,
Janet, I.
1 second, is there any discussion on the motion?
I have one question. Is there any reason why we can't just be open normal hours? If it's gonna be open, it's gonna be open. If it's not, it's not.
Well, I think
Is
my reason for doing that is to give them the latitude. If it seems like opening fully all day is the best way forward, then the town administrator can recommend that. We can still do what we want, but I think getting some recommendations from the town administrator. Also, there's a certain amount of insularness that goes on in town hall right now, where town staff aren't always required to be wearing masks in their individual spaces. And it just, you know, frankly, might be more comfortable having a set number of hours per day where it's open to the public and not all day. But I don't know. I'm not trying to put words in anyone's mouth. I just think we should probably have Charlie here from staff in the building and then come back to the board with a recommended plan. That's all.
Okay. So I'm more in John's camp on this. You know, tradespeople or people with jobs only can go in at certain hours. And we have to meet the needs of all the members of that the government serves. You know, but that's just my opinion right now. So, Helen?
Yeah, to address what John said, my take on this is amount of exposure equals degree of risk. We all have assessed how much risk we want to take over the last year and a half. And that's the reason I wanted to hear from staff. And I do agree halfway with the idea of having set hours for it being open. The other thing is, it would be great to have a sign on the door of Town Hall that's like the sign on Outer Cape Health, which
There
is,
is a sign, Helen.
wait a minute, why don't you stop interrupting, please? That says, if anybody at your house is sick, if you think you're sick, don't come in. Thank you.
Yeah, I've got my hand up.
John?
Yeah, the people who work in town hall, I'm guessing that most of them go to the grocery store. Most of them do more or less the same things that all of us do in the course of their daily lives. So we all face more or less the same risks of exposure. And I think with the proper precautions, masking, signage on the doors, I really see no reason town hall shouldn't be open for regular business hours. That's where I come out on this. But I agree that Charlie, should do the due diligence and come back to us with that. But I think that should be the goal.
Okay, so before we move the question, Mike, would you be, or since it's your motion, would you be amenable to setting a date for that to be completed?
Oh, yeah, it would be by our next meeting, I would say.
Okay, so the next
I don't think
regular,
I don't think it's a difficult task. I
Yeah.
mean,
so the next regular meeting would be on the 9th.
yes.
Okay, so, okay. So on that, can I have a roll call vote, please?
What, okay, Janet, I.
John, I.
Michael, I.
Brian, I.
Ellen, I.
Okay. The financial or are there any other matters for?
Could I also make a motion that we consider increasing the hours that the public library is open?
I would say all town buildings.
Yeah,
Are we including being masked? I mean, I just traveled to like 3 different places for 5 to 7 days and everything was open, but you always wore a mask and I was in the Midwest and nobody complained or had problems. So I think everything could go back to being pretty darn normal if you wear a mask. But
Okay.
hey, that's my opinion.
So Jennifer has her hand up. I'll go to her. Jennifer Workin.
Hi, I just want to say that we're at this point only open 10 fewer hours than we're normally open. And at the beginning of November, we'll be open on Sundays as well. We are short-staffed. I've been doing my best to hire an outreach coordinator, and I'm hoping now that the restaurants are closed, I will be successful in that. So I'm doing my best to not burn out the staff that we have. We wear masks all day long, and that is something that goes on in our building. We have, I'm the only person with the office with a door, so it's a reality, and it can get tiresome for the staff. But that's fine. In terms of programming, we've had a couple of in-person programs. We're going back to that now that kids can get vaccinated. I expect that they'll be coming into the library with more regularity. As I am able to staff appropriately, I'll continue to increase the hours. That is absolutely my goal. and we're really excited to return to normal. I was phasing it in, and I'm doing the best I can given our staffing situation. We also have people who have a large amount of vacation hours that they're trying to get rid of so they don't lose it. And that has contributed to the staffing shortage situation. But in a few weeks, that should be resolved. Anyway, I just wanted to say that I have plans for all of your concerns with that.
Okay, thank you. I just really wanted to sort of see where we were at and where we were going. That's all.
I have it's not like I'm trying to keep it closed or anything like that. It's really a staffing situation. And, it was exciting. We had music on Saturday for the first time in almost 2 years. And it was really fun. And we had a limited, we limited the room a bit, and we opened the windows and people were masked, but at least it was something. And I think the community really enjoyed being together in that way. So, and we'll continue to do live programming as well as online programming.
No, thank you.
All right, on that, moving on to the financial management work plan. So Charlie and Mary McIsaac. Should I call him Mary or you, Charlie?
Well, yeah, Ryan, Mary had wasn't decided, had a conflict, and so wasn't going to join the meeting tonight.
Okay.
So if it's okay, I'll provide an update. We had a meeting today. Anyway, I think the board knows, but for the public's education purposes, we are kind of focused right now on a couple of special projects. That is setting the tax rate for fiscal 2022 is really the critical mission right now. So Mary McIsaac and Lisa, but mostly Mary, have been working with our various financial department heads to populate the state's gateway portal to set the tax rate. So that's been going, I think, reasonably well. And we've had a lot of cooperation and assistance from, our collector and treasurer and assessor. So that's, I think, in good stead. Next, can't remember if it's Tuesday or Wednesday, but next week on November 2nd, I think it's Wednesday, the Department of Revenue will send a team down to Wellfleet to meet with all of our financial staff. They'll review all the documentation that we have. They don't usually do that anymore, but as a courtesy for what we're all dealing with, we are appreciative that they've agreed to come down and sort of walk through the last few steps to hopefully set the tax rate for the town of Wellfleet. Obviously, one of the key components is next Tuesday, the Selectboard will be holding a tax classification hearing. We'll be putting a package together for the board on Thursday. Nancy Vale has been working with our consultant on all of the documentation that's necessary for that, and that's in very good shape. Thank you, Nancy Vale. And then, I think that, I see a hand up.
Yeah, just go ahead and then I'll get
Okay.
to it. So,
Thanks. All right. And so then let's face it, we're continuing to work on a number of issues that have been, frankly, we're a little behind schedule where we had hoped to be. And that's really a result of, we do have some authorized absences in the town accountant's office. I don't want to go into a lot of detail. But we do have one of the staff person that is out on appropriate leave. So Lisa Sauvé has been distracted because she's had to do the normal payroll processing and accounts payable. And so it's taken away from her ability to work on the larger task. And this leave that I had mentioned a moment ago looks like it'll continue for a while. So as of today, I did hire another person, Judy Sprague. Mary in particular has worked with Judy in the past. She's a retired municipal official. She has a lot of experience with payroll, accounts payable, budgeting. So she's going to work for us for a couple of months to work on those more mundane functions in the town accountant's office. We're going to provide some training to her next week through Vadar. So, you know, she should be able to hit the ground running. It'll create a situation where we can get Lisa Sauvé back to working on the more critical tasks that are before us. So it has been a problem. It's been a distraction, and we're not pleased, but it has sort of slowed down the pace that we had hoped for. But anyway, Judy will be on board. She'll help us out. And that'll allow Lisa Sauvé and Mary to get back focused on what is really the most critical and demanding task that we're working on right now, which is cash reconciliation. And if you look at the memo that Mary and Lisa had put together that's in your package, you can see, you know, on the third page, for example, of that letter that we talk about, over 500 unposted entries in Vadar in fiscal 2020. So, you know, that's obviously a tremendous amount of work. And there's a lack of documentation on the accounting side on some of the critical information that we need. So it's just a lot of work and a lot of detail work that's been slowing us down. FY 21 is in a little bit better shape, as you can see from that report, because remember, Lisa Sauvé was working for the town of Wellfleet, I think, as she started in November of 2020. So fiscal 21 is in better shape than fiscal 20. So anyway, that's the plan relative to getting back on track. We'll get the tax rate certified. We'll continue to plow away on cash reconciliation. The auditors are coming in on December 13th. And we'd really, you know, we're going to be driven to be ready for the auditors, because remember, we haven't closed FY20 or FY21 because of all of these numerous logistical problems. And so in order to get free cash certified, I'm going to talk about this later on when we talk about town meeting. In order to get free cash certified, we need to get these critical tasks done. So I think, you know, in the report, we talk about a number of the other projects that we've been working on that are in better shape. But I think I've highlighted the more critical ones. If you have any questions, I'll be glad to try to answer them.
Okay, Helen?
Yeah, a question through you to Charlie. Did I understand you to say that we're having an off-schedule meeting next week?
Well, on November 2nd, you have the tax classification hearing.
Okay, so that's an off-schedule meeting. It's the first I've heard about it. I'll cancel something else I'd set up on that day. When was that decided?
A
I think I
while.
had that in my report, the last report that I presented.
Okay, well, I missed that. Thank you.
No, and I should have highlighted, but I do
That's
think
okay. Thank you.
you're welcome.
I think we decided that on that at our last regularly scheduled select board meeting. So,
Was that the one I was sick at? Never mind.
Oh, that's a possibility, yes.
Yeah, never mind.
Uh,
Sorry.
So anyway, yeah, Nancy Vale is working on information that you've seen in the past. That's a public advertised hearing. So we'll have that information ready for you Thursday afternoon.
Okay. So, Charlie, with the BMSI documents, I mean, have we reached a point where we can just say that we should try to get all the documents rather than just relying on the ones that are currently available?
Yeah, I think the answer is, let us go through this process for FY 20 and 21. If we feel that, you know, the auditors have quite a bit of notations that we can use that might get us over the finish line on that project. If we have trouble, we'll go back to our earlier provider, and there's a fee associated with getting that information. But if we feel that that's critical to get us over the finish line, I'll report back to you and we'll do that.
Okay, I don't have a huge amount of trust in the previous auditor or the previous reports generated by the auditors currently.
Yeah, I understand.
Okay, are there any other questions on this?
And I'm sorry, Ryan, if I could say one more thing.
Yep.
And so the other thing relative to Judy Sprague is, and we're going to be talking about this later on, but, you know, let's face it, very shortly, once we get this tax rate set, then we're going to be jumping into the budget process for FY 20 fiscal year 2023. And once again, I'm trying to take pressure off Lisa Sauvé so she can focus on more important issues. Judy Sprague has a lot of experience on municipal budgeting, and she can work with me to work on the budget preparation process for FY 23. That's one of the other critical issues with bringing Judy on board. So.
Okay. On to licenses. So I'd like to move to table the trailside dining request to stay open year round until they provide sufficient documentation and the required license applications.
Second,
Fine.
Okay, roll call vote.
Janet, I.
John, I.
Ryan, I. Mike, you're muted. Helen?
Helen, I.
Thumbs up, Mike.
Okay, I'm unmuted now.
Okay, so onto the use of town property, Brian Carlstrom for replacement signs for the national park. Brian, I know he's on here somewhere.
And
Good
you should be
evening.
unmuted.
Good evening, Ryan. Good evening, members of the select board. Thank you for honoring this request to be on the agenda. It's fairly simple, so we'll get through this in a hurry. I've also got Nicole Taylor with me. She's our safety officer for the Seashore and has been managing the coordination of the signs. We are in the midst of implementing a sign improvement project for the entire Seashore. You may have seen some things that have been upgraded and look vastly improved and less faded and brand new from where they've been in the past. And these 12 signs will do the same for the town of Wellfleet. Essentially, it's to improve wayfinding and messaging as folks approach Great Island and the Atwood Higgins House, and for a number of regulatory signs as well. That's it for 12 signs. I'm free to answer any questions and really want to thank Jay Norton for working with us thus far. He's been working with Nicole on the specific sightings and locations of the signs. And just to give you an idea of the magnitude of this effort the Seashore is undertaking, we're going to be replacing upwards of 1,000 signs throughout the entire Seashore over the course of the next year and a half or so. There are a lot of different flavors of signs out there right now, and by implementing this project, it'll be a lot more consistent, a lot easier for our visitors and the citizens for the town of Wellfleet and the entire Cape to find their way around a little bit easier.
Helen? You're muted.
Helen, I believe you're still muted.
Helen, you're muted.
One second, let me check something.
Rebecca, or
Yeah, did
who's,
we lose Rebecca? We lost Rebecca. All right. Who is the host?
Tom Sigia, it says host.
Okay,
He left over from the Shellfish Advisory Board meeting or something. Tom, are you on here? You're the host now.
I just added Joe. I don't know how this
Okay.
happened, but I just added a few others.
Okay.
can you make me the host until Rebecca gets back, Tom?
Yeah, hang on, Ryan.
Sorry, bear with us.
Yeah, Ryan, I'm not sure how to do that, quite
Okay,
honestly.
okay.
well, I would just say this is pretty straightforward and well done.
Owen's got a question.
Yeah, Helen's got a question. Jay has his hand up. I have a question. I'll just go ahead and ask it right now. All right, so Rebecca's back. Rebecca, can you give Tom a call as to how to transfer the host over from him to you?
Rebecca's the host already.
Oh, she is? All
Yeah.
right. All right, can you unmute Helen? Helen, stop calling me. Let Rebecca have a second to unmute you, please.
Here we go. I'm unmuted.
Yep, there you go.
The question.
Sorry about that.
That's okay. I was just going to call the question into Ryan. Okay, so through you to Brian Carlstrom. At the Atwood Higgins house, it says no, there's going to be a sign saying no pets, correct?
Correct.
Now, does that mean that a person can't take their dog on leash, of course, and, you know, be on that property and go on that excellent trail that goes beyond it? There's no pet. What does no pets mean? Inside the house, on the property? What does it mean?
Looking at the specific locations at my understanding, and Rebecca, if you could unmute Nicole as well. She may be able to lend some technical assistance.
Yep, give me 1 second.
I mean, sure, we don't want ferrets in the house, right?
No, we do not.
Yeah, but
Okay, she should be able to unmute.
Hi, yes, this is Nicole Taylor. You know what, we were actually going to look at the superintendent's compendium on that just to make sure, and we can get back to you on that specific sign, but that was one of the questions we had too. We had an outside contractor, if you will, kind of do a whole sign assessment for us. So they looked at everything and they came up with some different ideas and things we needed. So I think it came from the superintendent's compendium. But again, I would have to double check and clarify that.
Yeah, and we'll definitely do that. And just looking at the specific location where that sign is as you enter the site for Atwood Higgins, I think it looks like it's likely placed in that spot to keep pets out of that specific site, not necessarily off of the trail network. But we'll get back to you on that, Helen.
thank you.
Okay, and is that sign on town property or is that on national park property?
That one's a national park property.
Okay. All right, Jay. Sorry.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. I just wanted to say thank you to Nicole and Brian, and just let the board know that I fully support this project.
Okay, so I do have one question because it wasn't really clear.
Sure.
So it says, you know, that there's 12 total signs. some of them are on National Park Service and some of them are on town property. It says most of them are replacement, but not all of them. So I am wondering, what are the new signs and where might they, and are any of the new signs on town property?
Well, we're asking for concurrence to proceed with all the signs that are on town property, which are 12 of them. And the ones that are being replaced are, well, they're replacing old, outdated, faded signs. And Nicole's got some additional information. Rebecca, if you can help unmute her again to help to assist with his response.
She should be good.
Yes, thank you. So there are a total of 12 signs that the park is going to install, would like to install on town property. Most of them are replacement signs. I think the only two ones that you will see that are new are kind of, they're the signs that are similar to what is at Salt Pond Visitor Center right now and at park headquarters. They're kind of like right at the site that, it explains it's Atwood Higgins or it's Great Island. Everything else is pretty much the same. But if you look at the attachments that we sent you, everything in green is town property and everything in blue is park property. So green would be the signs that we're going to replace.
And Ryan, to help you out a little bit on the new ones, they're on pages 32 and 42. So it just helps with continuity of identification of Park Service facilities. So that will be consistent with the same kind of signage we have at Salt Pond, Providence Lands, and the headquarters. But now we'll have something very similar that makes it very clear and obvious for Atwood Higgins and Great Island. That's consistent. This is all a identity project as well for further continuity for National Seashore sites.
Okay, and none of the new signs on town property are no parking signs, correct?
There are a couple of signs that will replace the no parking signs if you drive up to Atwood Higgins House.
I'm just talking about the new ones, not replacements.
Nope, there will be no parking signs.
Okay. All right, Mike.
I'm just wondering, do we need to make a motion to support this, to approve it?
To approve, probably, would be my guess.
Okay, it can't hurt. I move to approve the National Seashore sign replacements and new signs proposed and presented in this packet.
I'll second, and
Okay.
then I'll go to Helen.
Yeah, thank you. Just one thing. Thank you, Brian, for the courtesy of this.
Welcome.
We do have in our zoning bylaws a very clear section that notes that the federal government can do this. And so this is a courtesy. I'm not sure we need a vote on it, but I support them doing it. And I just want to suggest that if you have anything about animals, to have it be in line with what you're, to have there be signs like dogs must be on leash, not just say no pets. Because it was unclear to me and it would probably be unclear to other people. So if you just had whatever your existing regs are for animals already on the books, that would be great. Thank you.
We'll look at that as requested, Helen.
Yep.
Thank you.
And so for the sake of clarity, the request is a use of town property. There are signs that are being installed on town property, irrespective of the zoning bylaws,
Yes.
which is why it's before us. So, okay, and then roll call vote, please.
Janet, I.
John, I.
Michael, aye.
Brian, I.
Helen, I.
Okay, motion carries 5-0. Okay.
Thank you, Ryan, and Select Board. And as always, if
Thank
there's
you.
any questions that come up, I'm more than willing to speak with you. Have a wonderful evening.
All right, thank you, Brian.
Thank you, Carl, or Brian.
All right, on to review and approve the police chief's contract. Charlie?
Hang on, I gotta help him out again.
Yep.
I think the fire chief is first.
Um,
It's up to you, though. I just know he was first on the list.
yes, it is. You're right. Sorry. I flipped through too many pages.
You've been busy. It's understandable. All right, Charlie, you're all set to unmute.
Review and approve the fire chief's contract.
Okay, thank you. I was stuck in mute limbo there. So Janet Reinhardt and I worked with Fire Chief Polly to review his existing contract. This contract would carry him through the chief through June 30th, 2025, and it would include a pay adjustment for the current fiscal year, retroactive to July 1st, 2021. And the only other minor changes in here are we've added a personal day, we've added a uniform allowance for $750. But I think that when we talked about this issue with Chief Polly, it really was just recognition for his service to the town. And there is a pay adjustment included in this contract, but it really still, Wellfleet was very, very, very low compared to the other Cape fire departments, with the exception of Truro, I believe, was the only lower one. And so I think this brings Chief Polly up to pay level that's appropriate for his years of service and what other towns are paying for their fire chief. And I think, you know, the other important thing that we talked about in the negotiations is, you know, the stability of this position is critically important to the town of Wellfleet, and we wanted to provide some assurance to Chief Polly and his family and keep him in service for the town of Wellfleet for the foreseeable future.
Okay, so I would really like to thank Chief Polly for serving the town, and he really has stepped up in the lot since COVID, and then as the acting town administrator, in addition to his role as in the fire department. And I am really, really glad to be able to retain him. So Helen?
Yes, I feel that the discussion this board had, without going into it yet, at our executive session about this, made it clear to me as one person that this is a reasonable thing, although it's unusual to have a refreshment of a contract before the end of the contract. You know, it isn't yet, the 3 years is not up. But I want to also thank, and let me do both chiefs now, because we're going to do Chief Hurley next. It really seems reasonable, particularly in light of what the town administrator just said and the numbers we got to see in the executive session, which were all laid out in terms of comparative salaries. Thank you. And thank you both for being willing to serve.
Okay, so are we ready for the question?
Yes.
I
Okay,
just have one comment.
sure, go ahead, Mike.
Got more time. Just want to also emphasize how well our public safety team and health department has worked together throughout this. And it's important to have continuity moving forward, especially when we've had a lack of continuity in the town administration department. So locking in this type of continuity, I think, is really important for the town of Wellfleet, and will help us maintain that continuity through a new town administrator adjusting, and I think this is important. And I think, you know, if you want good quality people that are going to stick around, you have to pay a competitive wage.
Yep. So I move to approve Fire Chief Richard J. Polly Jr.'s contract as printed in the select board, printed and presented by the town administrator.
1 second.
Okay, roll call vote.
Janet, I.
John and I,
Michael,
Right.
aye.
Sorry, Mike.
All right.
Helen?
Did
Helen?
Mike
She
vote?
voted aye. She
No, you
voted
haven't
aye.
voted.
Okay, Helen, I.
Okay, motion carries 5-0. Okay,
Thank you.
yes, thank you. On to the police chief's contract. Before I go to you, Charlie, again, Chief Hurley, I mean, these two chiefs have been exceptional. Yeah, I mean, they've both been exceptional in the last, since I've joined the board. Charlie?
Thank you, Ryan. So once again, this, I served as a long time as a local government official on mostly on Cape Cod. And, I think that I always negotiated my contracts in advance. It gives your family a sense of assurance that the town wants to keep you employed. If you wait until your contract expires to start negotiations, it creates a lot of uncertainty, and uncertainty is a bad thing in this day and age, because these two men in this case are exceptional. They're well regarded on Cape Cod, and I think when Jan and I were negotiating the contract, we want to ensure them that the town of Wellfleet not only wants them but needs them. This is an extension of 3 years beyond the current fiscal year, so through fiscal 2025. I think that we've added a couple of small addendums to the contract. We've increased the number of personal days from 1 to 2. We've added some vacation buyback language that is common with other employees in the town of Wellfleet. And I think that we've added a new responsibility that I wanted to mention as part of this contract, and Chief Hurley will be committed to serving as the town's emergency management director. And that's a good thing. He does a great job, and it'll make this a part of his job responsibilities. So I think that's all I really have. Well, same thing. We did do a review of wages for police chiefs throughout the Cape. Wellfleet was low, and I think that this contract goes a long way to remedying that problem.
Okay, Mike?
I'd just like to thank Chief Hurley for doing all the administrative work in public safety grant applications and reimbursements, stuff that's not really in his job description. But mostly I'd like to thank him for his emphasis on community policing and policing that really fits into the community of Wellfleet. The department, I don't think, has ever been more engaged with the public, done public outreach, and has really connected, I think, on a level that we haven't seen. I suppose it's a continuation of what our previous chief was doing, but I very much appreciate the policing style and the style in which he runs the department. I think, it really fits the town of Wellfleet, and, I'm happy to keep him here.
Okay, so I move to approve the police chief Michael Hurley's contract extension as printed and presented by the town administrator.
Helen, second. Okay.
Okay, roll call vote.
Janet, aye.
John, I.
Michael, aye.
Brian, aye.
Helen, I.
Okay, motion carries 5-0. On to board and committee appointments and updates. First is Meryl Meade Fox of the Historical Commission. Meryl. Let's see.
All right, good. Thank you, members of the Select Board, for allowing me to speak with you tonight. I'm Meryl Meade Fox, co-chair of the Wellfleet Historical Commission, and I'm here to give you a brief update and consult with you about the work of the commission. members stepped down in the end of June 2021. And after extensive work on recruitment, we're pleased to announce that we now have a full complement of 7 excellent people working together on the Historical Commission. And we want to thank you for approving each of our recent applicants. Last night, the Historical Commission held an online presentation for the public entitled Wellfleet's Historic Houses and the Stories They Tell. This was a collaborative effort between the Wellfleet Historical Commission and the Wellfleet Historical Society and Museum and the Wellfleet Library. And the presentation was interesting and informative and enthusiastically received. And we're thrilled that 185 people attended this Zoom presentation, demonstrating that many people share an interest in and value Wellfleet's history and historic buildings. For people who are interested and were unable to attend this presentation, it will be on YouTube within the next few days. It was recorded by the library. As you know, the Historical Commission is responsible for reviewing plans for substantial alteration or demolition of historically significant buildings in Wellfleet. Gordon Kahn, my co-chair, and I have been working together to redesign the Historical Commission application in an attempt to clarify and streamline the process for applicants. We have consulted with staff at the building department and town hall about this new application, and we would appreciate your feedback about whether it would be helpful to send the new application to any other boards or committees in town. In order to provide design guidance for property owners working on historic buildings in Wellfleet, the Historical Commission established a subcommittee over the summer to develop Historical Commission design guidelines. To the extent that partial demolitions involve exterior changes to historic buildings and trigger referral to the Historical Commission, the Commission plans to use these guidelines in their decision-making. The design guidelines are based on the Secretary of the Interior standards for the treatment of historic properties, which we have been using as a framework for our review of historic properties. We also researched design guidelines from other towns on Cape Cod, which were posted on the Massachusetts Historical Commission website to use as a basis for our guidelines. We have consulted with the historic preservation specialist at the Cape Cod Commission about these new guidelines, and we plan to send the guidelines to the Wellfleet Building Department. As with our new application, we would appreciate your thoughts about whether it would be helpful to send these guidelines to any other boards and committees in town. Since the new Historical Commission application and design guidelines weren't complete in time for the deadline for materials for the select board meeting, I'm basically giving you a heads up about this. I sent them after the deadline in case it might be possible to screen share them during the meeting. I don't, it looks like that's not possible. At the same time, since my stated intention was to be brief, I'm very willing to come back at a later date if the select board would like more time to review the documents before giving us feedback. Thank you for your attention.
Okay.
Do you have any comments or thoughts about this, or would it be better for me to come back? Any thoughts?
Janet?
So I did read what you put online. I'm always one to preserve the historic charm of Wellfleet. Just because it's complex, I'm wondering if you took into account the costs of keeping a building historically correct, like with a wood roof, trim. You know, it's very expensive. So did you think of balancing that? I know it's a very difficult, and that's the big argument always, or the big problem in town, is people not being able to afford what the Historical Commission would suggest. So what did you think about that?
The guidelines are meant to be guidelines. They aren't a mandate. And we do take buildings on a case-by-case basis. We care about people being able to continue to live in that town, and we know that having housing be affordable in town is a major issue. So we're trying to find viable compromises for people remaining in their homes and also taking care of them. One of the reasons for taking care of the historic houses is that we really believe that that helps the economy of the town, that's part of what brings tourists to towns and part of what people enjoy about being in Wellfleet. So it's a balance, and we're trying to respect all the parts of the balance.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Any other comments from anybody else?
I don't right now. I would need to review some stuff first.
Okay.
So,
So I guess what I'm wondering is, should we go ahead and should we wait for feedback from you before we do anything with these guidelines? And should I come back to another meeting?
So my concern is the partial demolition delays. Some of these I don't think would necessarily rise to the level that would be appropriate for a demolition delay. I mean, if somebody wants to replace a window, that could be subject to demolition delay here. And I do not think that's necessarily practicable or fair to people. So, Helen?
Yeah, I wasn't, because I only got this like an hour and a half before the meeting, because I wasn't on my computer today before that. I would like a chance to do more than skim through it. And there were some things, and Ryan, I also caught that, had that thought. But I want to remind you that although it's deeply courteous of you to come before us about this, this is really the Historical Commission's purview. Remember, you're, as it were, a kind of regulatory board status, not exactly, you don't make your own regs, or do you? You are independent of us, but working with us in the horizontal way the town government operates. So that would be very good to clarify. That said, it's great that you're coming before us because this is a good public forum. And that's the other reason I'd like you to come back, because when this meeting was posted, that document that you sent, you shared with us, wasn't in it, you know, the whole time, available the whole time for the public if they wanted to read it. Thank you.
Thank you.
So one thing that we could do is that we could refer their proposed guidelines to town council. What would the board feel on that?
Well, I think because these are guidelines, that I don't see the need to put them to town council. I guess the one question would be, sorry, I lost my Zoom video here. The one question would be the demolition delay. But I believe that that's a legal thing to do.
Could I answer the question about that?
Yeah.
We have a demolition delay bylaw in town. And so we are under the auspices of that bylaw. And we really do everything we possibly can to come to compromise with property owners and to avoid demolition delay bylaws. The only point of those is actually to give everybody more time to come to compromise. I have never heard of there being a demolition delay bylaw imposed for a window. The only demolition bylaws that have come into play in Wellfleet that I'm aware of in the last several years have been two requests or proposals for a complete demolition of historic buildings. And that's a great concern. But we're very careful about how we impose that bylaw. And it's a time-limited bylaw. We actually don't have a lot of power. We just have the power of time and trying to come to compromise. But people, unfortunately, in my point of view, are able to wait out the bylaw and go ahead and demolish historic buildings in this town.
Okay, Helen?
Yeah, you asked us. I don't think this should be referred to town council because if my memory serves me, the last time the Historical Commission worked on their demolition bylaw, which was a while ago, it was sent to town council, and guidelines, I think, can muddy the waters. I think you may want to change your demolition control, your demolition delay bylaw or not. And at that point, you would ask town council about it. But I was paying close attention to and even going to the meetings for one of the two cases that you just cited. And what it affords is a time for neighbors and the public and people to communicate with people who may have, without any concern or knowledge of the context of the community, decided to do something. And I think it was productive up to a point, and I got the value of it. Thank you.
So my concern is if these guidelines start being applied to the demolition delay bylaw, which is separate. If I had received this sooner, I would have included that in the packet as well. Do not meet the legal definitions defined by the bylaw. And in that case, I mean, you're having, I mean, this bylaw specifically states that it should not include maintenance. This includes a number of different things that could be qualified as maintenance of property. And that's, if these guidelines start being applied to the demolition delay bylaw, I don't think that all of them are necessarily legal if they start issuing determinations based on them. So that's my concern. Helen, go ahead.
Thank you. They can't issue determinations based on guidelines. Thank you.
So if they can't issue determinations based on guidelines, which they cite in the guidelines as being, yeah. I mean, they refer to partial demolitions or proposed exterior changes to historical views and trigger a referral to historical commission. Yeah, then they would have to scrap all these guidelines if they're not applicable to anything.
Not sure I agree with that, Ryan.
Janet?
So, Mr. Chair, I would just suggest that because we don't have these guidelines right in front of us, that we postpone this discussion until everybody's really looked at them and made comments or what they'd like to see. And then we don't have to have another meeting on this, but we could write in our suggestions unless you want to have another meeting on this. But I think it would help if we really had everything right before us and discuss them.
I mean,
Yeah, I mean, the demolition delay bylaw, I actually worked on that when I was on the planning board. It can be used as a good tool and a bad tool. So it's always really to the extent of what the owner wants to do. It's complicated and it's, yeah, so.
yeah, I mean, these guidelines say that the commission will use these guidelines in their decision-making.
Yeah.
Which, again, I think it would have to be referred to town council.
All right, so why don't we postpone this until we really find out, and maybe our town administrator can suggest something. I'm not sure how that goes. Yeah.
So then we'll take no action or table.
No
Table
action.
it. Yeah.
Which one?
Take no action.
Okay. All right, on to,
I'm sorry, may I ask a question?
yes.
So where do we go from here? I just want to know, should I plan to come back? Shall I request to come back? Should I wait for feedback? Should we go ahead and do what we choose to do? Because I'm not sure how to go forward.
If we start answering that, we're going to start debating again. But basically, to talk to town, or go ahead, Mike.
I was just gonna say, I haven't really had a chance to go over everything or
Yeah.
the bylaw and how the two things are interrelated. So I just, that,
Yep.
I'm not sure I agree with your assessment, but I really have to dig a little deeper and really read the bylaw.
Okay, I guess then what I'll do is I'll just request to come back and hope that by the time I come back, you will have been able to go over the
Yeah.
guidelines. Okay, and feel free to ask me any questions or ask me for more materials if you'd like. Thanks very much.
Okay, thank you.
So I would prefer to table it because tabling means that you can come back to it, that you're postponing it. Whereas taking no action to me just kills it. So I would prefer to table it. But you guys might want to take no action.
Oh, it's fine.
So I move to table discussion on historical commission guidelines or proposed guidelines until a later date.
Second,
Okay, roll call vote.
Janet, I.
John, I.
Michael, I.
Brian, I.
Ellen, I.
Okay, motion carries 5-0. So Town Administrative Search Committee. I'd like to do this in two different sections. The Finance Committee has expressed a strong, at the willingness of the board, of course. The Finance Commission, Finance Committee has expressed a strong desire to have one of their members be part of the Town Administrative Search Committee. They had discussed two on the committee for that, and there's a third that's also applied. But I would like to just I would like to first decide between the two that had communicated to the Finance Committee that they were applying to be on the Town Administrative Search Committee. Is that okay with the other members of the board?
I think there are three.
Yes, there's three. One of them did not communicate with the committee about their desire to join the board or the Town Administrative Search Committee, even though they had applied well before the Finance Committee meeting. So is that okay with the board?
So you're going to suggest who the three Finance Committee people are?
Well, there's three. So Ira Wood did
And
not
name them.
communicate with the Finance Committee his desire to join the
Okay,
Town Administrative Search Committee. And they did not discuss it in their meeting. So we'll handle Ira Wood's the application as part of, my plan was as part of the general public one. And handle the Finance Committee appointment separately, if that makes sense.
Yeah, I think we should have.
Yeah, Ryan,
Yep.
can you clarify for me, just to recap? Remember, I missed some things. So there are going to be 5 members or 7 members? 7 members?
Five currently.
Okay, and did we already say Chief Polly is on it?
Yep, Chief Polly
Yes.
and Charlie.
Okay, so there are only 3 slots open?
Yes.
Yeah.
Oh, wait a minute. Okay, well, we have 11 applicants. Or we've had 11 applicants. We've decided on 2 of them. And we have 2 former select board members, Kathleen and Ira. We have a lawyer, Bruce Behrens, who I think would be very good on this.
Helen, this is, you're getting off.
No, but I don't think I am, because I'm trying to look at the participation of people on the FinCom is very important, in my opinion. But we have to have people other than that considered. That's the reason I'm bringing it up.
They would be considered. What I'm proposing is to have one appointment be a member of the Finance Committee and to handle that appointment separately from the general public.
I understand. Thank you for letting this get laid out a little bit more clearly for some of us. Thank you.
Okay, Mike?
Yeah, I'm not sure we should separate out Ira's application. He's a member of the FinCom. If we're gonna appoint one FinCom member, you know, I don't know if there was some stipulation that they were meant to.
Can I call on Fred McGee, the chair of the Finance Committee? Fred? Sorry, put you on the hot seat here.
He should be all set to unmute.
Okay, there we go. Hi. It says the host is not allowing people to unmute themselves, and I do have my tiger behind me, so be aware. Ira is a perfectly wonderful, qualified person to be on the committee. In the run-up to this meeting and in conversation with Ryan, Kathleen Ground, who is the vice chair, and I were talking about participation on the committee that it be essential for a finance committee member to be part of this round of search. Until this evening, I had no idea that Ira had applied. As far as the finance committee leadership is concerned, I kind of viewed his application as being as a private citizen, which is perfectly fine. But as the chair and vice chair, that is me and Kathy Granlund, I felt that we probably are in the best position to represent the committee and to take whatever intelligence there is from the search back to the committee. Ira had not communicated to this point that he had an intention to apply, nor that he was inclined to fill that role. So that's really where we stand. I have nothing against Ira's being on the committee. I did think that it would be nice to have a woman on the committee. As I heard the candidates, it sounded to be fairly male-centric. And Kathy is an accountant. None of us are. Ira and I are not accountants. Kathy has been studying municipal accounting specifically. She's been working with Charlie and Lisa as part of a working group that we set up over a month ago to work through the progress on the material weaknesses identified by the auditors. And recently, in cooperation with Charlie, we have redirected that working group, which Kathy is leading, to work on understanding the financial articles that are likely to be in what I understand to be now a potentially delayed town meeting. So she has been in the belly of the beast on a regular basis for the last couple of months and is an accountant, as I mentioned, and is passionate about being on the committee. So when I put my application in, I recommended that you choose her. So that's where we stand.
Okay, Mike?
That's satisfactory to me. I just didn't know how the process went from here. So I figured 3 finance members, we should consider them equally, but I understand where Fred's coming from. I'm happy doing it either way.
Okay, Helen?
Yeah, I agree with Fred. I was, before even what he said, going to recommend Kathy. I've been to enough FinCom meetings and listened to her to be really impressed. And both Ira and Fred would be really good. But in this case, I think in this context for this job now, she would be best. Thank you.
Okay, John?
Yeah, I had encouraged Ira to put in an application, but I had not considered that in light of his being on the finance committee. And I think Fred's recommendation is an excellent one for Kathleen Granlund.
And Ira will still be considered for the
Yeah.
So just to clarify, he's not being considered. He'll be considered as part of the other 2 appointments.
Of course.
Okay, so with that, I move to appoint Kathy Gramlin to the Town Administrator Search Committee.
Second,
Okay, roll call vote, please.
Janet, I.
John, I.
Michael, I.
Ryan, I.
Oh, and I.
Thank you.
Thank you. So for the members of the general public, I'd like to give each one that is present opportunities to speak to the board first. And the board is free to ask them questions during that. And then after that, after we go through all the candidates, we are going to do a secret ballot and narrow it down to 3 candidates with the highest overall score, and then discuss those 3.
Huh?
So let's see.
Huh?
We're allowed to do ballots, Helen.
No, I just don't understand how that will happen in a Zoom meeting.
You'll see once we get to it. I'll give instructions then. But it's set up to do it right now.
Okay.
But yes, it will work. So just, yeah. Or at least it should. We tried it out earlier today. Okay, so is Kathleen here? Yes, she is. Kathleen Bacon. Okay, yeah. Sorry.
I'm unmuting myself. Good evening, select board members, and good evening to those of you watching tonight's meeting via Zoom. Thank you for your consideration of my application to be on the Town Administrator Search Committee. I am deeply keen on serving this committee, and I am hopeful that this committee will bring forward for your approval the best person for the job and for the town of Wellfleet. We have all witnessed the turnover of staff in town hall, starting with Michaela, then Radu, and then Brian Carlson. This turnover started in 2017, my first year on the select board. Dan Hort himself sought employment in the town of Brewster. It would have been a favor to us had he gotten the job. Instead, he got a $20,000 pay increase and stayed on another year. Many of the select board knew that I, along with Justina Carlson, former select board member, also cast a dissenting vote in the hire of Maria Broadbent. I did not see character of leadership in her resume or the interview she had with us. The 8 months that she was with the town of Wellfleet certainly proved difficult. We have got to get this next hire right. The malaise that is eclipsing our community, our department heads, our volunteers has got to end. We need to put leadership back into the second floor office. We need to seek the individual who with strong leadership can raise the bar and lift us out of this quagmire of the past decade. Someone who will work cohesively with you, the Board of Selectmen, our department heads, town staff, and volunteers. I am hoping that we attract a candidate who is knowledgeable with municipal infrastructure projects, someone who can steer us towards responsible climate mitigation. He or she should also possess knowledge of Mass General Law and procurement procedure. And they should also be savvy with union contract bargaining and negotiations. This was a mistake we made with the last hire. In closing, I want to say we have a stellar, absolutely stellar individual in the assistant TA's office. Let's give her someone strong and supportive to work with. Let's build a team that makes us proud. In my opinion, we have been a mast without a sail for too long. So once again, I thank you for the consideration to this very important committee. I will work hard, I promise you, to bring you the best person for the job and the best person for the town of Wellfleet. Thank you very much.
Okay. Are there questions from the board? Oh, go ahead, John.
Yeah, I mean, not really so much of a question. I think one of the primary considerations in view of what's gone on in the past is having a town administrator who will exert firm leadership in terms of overseeing the operation of the various town departments, and when problems occur, hold the department heads accountable. This is something that's been sorely missing in the past and has contributed in no small degree to the problems we're facing now. I think I could be assured that you agree with that. You've seen what went on, so but what's your take on that?
Kathleen?
John, to answer your question, I think we've been lacking in leadership. At our last hire, both Chief Hurley and Chief Pauley in our interviewing with Maria Broadbent stressed the need for leadership in the town. I heard it loud and clear from both of them. They have both they've both been without it. They've been without supportive leadership for quite some time. So I'm in agreement with getting somebody that's, you know, going to be strong and keeping department heads, you know, towing the line. But you know, the truth is, I think our department heads are. I can't say enough about you know, our department heads in town. I've worked with some of the best people I'm ever going to work with. But that second floor office has lacked a strong individual and leadership. I'm also going to say that going forward, and I don't know what Charlie Sumner might say about this, but I think with regard to the town's financial situation, we should consider what Truro has just done and appoint a director of finance. We should not strap this on the next town administrator that takes this job. There's going to be a lot of balls to keep up in the air for this individual, and putting them into that financial frying pan that's still going to be with us, I don't think is a good idea. I think the town would be better suited to deal with the next several years of financial difficulty, if you will, by having a director of finance in place and taking some of that responsibility off the back of the town administrator. We need to start looking at, you know, mitigating for climate change, infrastructure that's going to require, you know, all sorts of things coming up on us here in town. Whether we end up sewering the central district, putting in more wastewater treatment, you know, this is something that someone with municipal infrastructure experience, like a prior candidate we had, could help us out with. So I'm hopeful that we'll get the right person for the job.
Okay. So next I would like to go to Ira Wood. Ira?
Trying to unmute. Am I unmuted?
Yes, you are.
Can you see me?
Yep.
Excellent. Guys, I don't have a speech for you. John asked me if I would be interested in the opportunity to select the next town administrator. I said, yes, of course. I've seen every town administrator, I've worked with every town administrator that the town has ever had. I actually started with Julia Enroth back in the early 90s. And I've seen a bunch of people come and go. Some have been better than others. Some have been accused of being more like mayors than town administrators, and some have been accused of being very distant from the town. It's very difficult to have a term like leadership and just think that you need something like leadership without knowing who the candidates are and the experience that they have. We have no idea who's going to apply. I don't even know if we're going, given what we're going to pay, if we're going to get a good pool. I've seen a bunch of people. I do firmly believe that the town administrator works for the Board of Selectmen. and that the leadership actually has to come from the Board of Selectmen. The Board of Selectmen leads the town administrator. The town administrator is the person who follows the lead of the Board of Selectmen. I don't think that you're looking to hire somebody who's going to lead you. He or she is not elected by the people. You guys are. So you know what the people want. You know in the direction that the town should go in, and the town administrator should be your tool, and you need a very, very good tool to get the work done. Now, I do agree with what people said, and that the town administrator does not necessarily have to be a friend to all of the department heads. The department heads, who are very good people, and I've worked with a lot of them, all have to work with the town administrator, but under the town administrator's lead. So I don't know, you're looking for a person, I hope, with experience in the state of Massachusetts, which is a very different animal than a lot of other places that people have worked. I can't tell you who is going to be on that list, and you just need judgment to figure out who you're going to pick from the list. I mean, I don't see going in with a whole bunch of characteristics that a person is going to try to bend themselves to convince you they have. So that's it. I'm very, very glad that you've picked a member of the FinCom. I'll be glad to help in any way that I can. That's it.
Okay, are there any questions for Ira?
I have a question.
Go ahead, Michael.
Ira, in your experience with the multitude of town administrators that you've worked with, what would you say the characteristic that you've seen that seem to be most successful in administrating the
In
town?
my opinion, Mike, it's loyalty to the Board of Selectmen, and it's the ability to work with all the selectmen and not just a few selectmen. If the Board of Selectmen, and I'm not talking only about the Wellfleet Board of Selectmen, but other boards of selectmen that I've seen, if the Board of Selectmen does not work as a unit, then what you have is a town administrator who is all over the place. It really begins with the board, and that individual works for you and you work for the people. The town administrator is not a mayor. The town administrator is not hired to run around and become popular with the people. The town administrator is your animal, at least in my opinion. And you want someone who is strong and has the skills to work with you as a board.
Okay, Helen?
Yes, Ira, I have a specific question for you that I hope all the other applicants are listening to so that I don't have to ask it. Ira, are you aware, as I think you probably are, that from the moment the job position is posted and applications come in, from the moment that envelope of applying is closed, this committee will have to meet a whole lot and read all those resumes. And we'll have to do it in as short a possible period of time so that we don't lose applicants, because they're all applying typically for other places. I just want to, confirm that you're very aware of that and can make that time commitment, and hope that the other applicants will address that very important question. Will they be available to work their butts off? Thank you.
Well, I wouldn't have put my name in if I didn't think I had the time, but you're absolutely right. I've seen the process corrupted. I've seen the process corrupted in a number of different town administrator searches, and that's a pity. And last thing I'll say is let's hope there are a lot of applications.
Thank you.
Okay. So I'd like to go to Stephen Gazzano.
You should be okay to unmute.
Okay. I'll give him a minute.
He's the only Steve on here, so I'm assuming that's him.
I am too. Okay, did he just?
He should be good.
Yep. Steve, you're unmuted, so. Okay. All right, I'll go back to him at the end. So Charles, skip Annette, please.
He just has to hit unmute.
Got it. Hello, Skip.
I'm muted
Yep.
now, so
You're good.
hope everybody can hear me. First of all, I'd like to say I've, over time, have met everybody on the select board currently, except for Mike. And I believe he lives pretty close to where I live in terms of Wellfleet. So I also like to thank you for the opportunity to be able to throw my hat into the ring against some people that have particularly excellent position that they've held in specific areas. I'm not somebody that has held a specific task, say in terms of finance as 100% of my role. I've had built up budgets for big corporations, small companies, and worked on these things reporting to higher up management. So budgets are a key thing to run any organization, whether it's a local town government, a small town like Wellfleet, which is probably much more important because we have a small population that has to help fund and make results come from what goes on. And that means I have been on the dredging task force for 3 years. And this year we've come about and actually have gotten moving soil out of the harbor. And in this year, we've also brought about $3 million from the state of Massachusetts to do this project. And I found out by working with different individuals that were not just finance people or engineering people or marine people or dredge people, that if you get the right complement of people together, and you can then take and run a small town in the same manner. But the key is to get that person in this administrative position that we all, and I mean, I've talked to hundreds of people in the town, that's really the key piece here. We need somebody that's astute enough not only to understand the complexities of the town, from Department of Public Works to a police department, to a assessor's office, to a fire department. So we need somebody that can feel all these things and bring them together to give proper recommendations back to the Board of Selectmen, so that that board can act on those recommendations. And that means that you need to find and search out that. And I've interviewed hundreds of people in the capacity that I've had in the past. And that includes people from entry-level positions to individuals in top management positions, men and women, because there's a lot of opportunities in that particular group. I've had the ability to screen these particular candidates that come in for positions, and they were not only promotable, but they empowered themselves to contribute significant results to the outcome of the organization. So I think that that's the type of person that we need, somebody that has solid educational background in multiple disciplines, somebody that can draw together the resources of the excellent group of employees we have in this town and mold them into an operation that really does help the Board of Selectmen be more specific as what its tasks are, what it's recommending we do, and do it with something that is not a Hyannis or a Barnstable town of Barnstable or a county of Barnstable, but is a small town of 4,000 people year round that are trying to do through committees and boards to make the town be able to move forward. And it's needs to move forward in some significant areas. If it's on the water area, we have a group that's supposed to be self operating in its own financial area, as well as we have a marina the same way. We need to have people that can continue to do these tasks in a positive and a area in which they're going to really succeed, and that we can help promote many of the people that are now in our employment as a town to come up into bigger positions, and who one day maybe is a good opportunity for one of them to be a town administrator. So that's where I'm coming from. And I've enjoyed meeting all of you, and I got to meet Mike sometime.
Anytime.
Are there questions for Skip?
It's good.
Okay. So I'd like to go to Bruce Bierens.
Okay, he should be able to unmute.
Yep, no problem.
Thank you for joining us tonight, Bruce. Originally, it had been indicated to me that you might not be able to make it, so
No,
thank you.
Thank you, Ryan. I did change my plans and I'm happy to do so. Thank you, Ryan. Thank you, members of the board. I'm happy to be here tonight. I think you all know me very well. I've served the town in a variety of capacities over the course of the past 22 years, both in the private sector and the public sector. I served as town moderator for 3 years between Harry and Danny, a founder, a co-founder and a board member, continue to be a board member of Wellfleet Preservation Hall. I served on the board of Out-of-Cape Health Services for 5 years, 3 years as president during a very difficult time for healthcare, not only in the community, but in the country. I also served as president and CEO of the Wellfleet Harbor Actors Theater. I would note that any of the organizations that I have been involved in that may have been troubled at the time ultimately ended up being very successful and are still operating. I served as a senior aide in the Massachusetts Senate for 6 years while attending law school, and I've been in private practice as a lawyer for the past 40 years. I don't think there's any question about the services that I've provided to the community over the course of the past 22 years. I do believe that the position of town moderator and of town administrator, I'm sorry, I haven't been afforded town moderator, but the position of town administrator is one of the most crucial and one of the most important decisions that we have to make at this time. The town has experienced significant problems, and I believe that those problems need to be addressed efficiently and carefully. In addition to Ira's comments about the requirements of leadership, I think that one of the most important things that needs to be taken into consideration from the perspective of choosing this particular person needs to be someone not only that is a qualified and efficient administrator, someone that can work well with the Board of Selectmen, but someone that is able to generate respect from and manage personnel. I think that's been one of the most significant problems we've experienced, and I think our next town administrator must be an efficient, effective manager and someone that generates respect from the people that he or she have to supervise. And I think that's one of the things that I would be looking at most in selecting a new town administrative candidate. Most importantly, I would indicate to the board that over the course of the past 22 years, I know this community. I have represented many, many people in this community. I have represented nonprofits. I have kept very important nonprofits open, such as Mass Appeal. I love this community, and I think I would be a very effective member of the Town Administrator Search Committee, and I remain open to any questions.
Okay, are there any questions for Bruce?
Um,
Go ahead, Helen.
Go ahead, Helen.
Yeah, Bruce, I did ask earlier, do you really have the time for this?
Oh, hell, I forgot, Helen. That was actually a very appropriate question, and I appreciate it. I think anybody that knows me knows that I always have many, many balls in the air, and that's just part of who I am and what I do. But I am also a very effective manager of my time, and I manage my time appropriately based upon the needs that are presented to me at the time. I consider this task to be the most important task for the town right now, and I would absolutely devote the time to it that is necessary to make sure that this is a proper choice.
Okay. Mike?
Yeah, I agree with you about having strong leadership skills. And I think one of the things that we've really had a problem with is just a lack of communication and communication skills over the past, well, I'll just refer to it as the past, in the recent past. And I'm just wondering how you would sort of assess management skills and communication skills as, I guess, how would you rank communication skills in that?
Well, you're asking that from someone who's been a trial lawyer for 41 years. So communicating, particularly communicating to juries, is what I've been doing throughout my career. Obviously, it's of prime importance. Communication is a part of leadership, Michael. If you can't communicate well, whether it be to the board or whether to the people that work for you, you're not doing an effective job, and you can't be an effective administrator. So amongst the skill sets that a TA must have, obviously being an effective communicator is certainly a priority.
Okay. Are there any other questions for Bruce? Okay, seeing none, I'd like to go to Phil Kramer. Yep, just give us a second, Phil.
Can you hear me?
Now we can. You're good.
Great. Hi, I'm Phil Kramer. I've been a resident here in Wellfleet, part-time and full-time since 2004, full-time for the past 5 or so years. I know a few of you, and it's good to see you all. And the reason I am applying for this position is to help the town. I would love to take the time I have now, since I've retired a couple of years ago, to do something that contributes to the town's well-being. My prior life, I think, is very relevant to this. I'm a retired marketing executive, worked at ad agencies for too many years, leading groups of people who deal with clients, sometimes operations, sometimes from a creative perspective, and oftentimes from finance and HR. So multifaceted kind of person. I have plenty of time, Helen, so that is not a concern. My wife probably would love to get me out of the house, or even on Zoom meetings. So I don't think that would be a concern. So the question is, why me? And my answer is because I'm different. I do not have the experience that just about everybody else has talked about here. I've not been on any committees. I've been in town for quite a while. I love the town. But what I can bring to the table is hiring and managing people, hundreds of people, maybe even thousands of people over the past, 40 plus years in various levels. My background is a lot of process. So when people talk about what they think a town administrator should have in terms of their skills and all that, I don't know. I would certainly have some contributions to make to that, but I believe in the process dictating that. So rather than discuss that here, my approach would be, let's all, assuming I'm on the committee, let's get the committee together. We do jointly decide what the process is, what the criteria is for hiring, and we do a more formal approach to hiring, which is my background. We frequently in my companies that I've worked for have a standard ranking system, a rating system, and we score people, and we have a predefined set of criteria so that it's not debatable, and it's not something that we're thinking of on the fly. I bring a lot of formality, a lot of process to the table. So the question is, how important is knowing what each committee does and knowing what each person does to this job being on the selection committee, and how important is it to have a new voice with new ideas, somebody with an outside perspective? If the answer is it's great to have somebody with an outside perspective, I think I fit that bill, and I would love to have the opportunity to help the town out in that regard.
Okay, are there questions for Phil? Okay, seeing none, I'd like to go to Artie Parker. Artie, you're good to go.
Good evening, and I'd like to thank the board for entertaining my application for the search committee. As most of you know, I've been a police officer between 1976 and 2013 when I retired. I've served in 5 communities, the longest actually in Wellfleet for 22 years. In the last 12 or 11 plus years as a police chief in 3 different communities. And during that time, I was able to work very closely as part of the town's management team with several town managers and town administrators in 2 different forms of government, strong town manager form of government, and also the town administrator form of government. During those times, I was able to recognize the skills and attributes that were really important to make those town administrators and town managers successful and professional, as well as being respected by the communities. I think our next town administrator needs to be a proven leader, ideally with Massachusetts municipal experience, somebody that has demonstrated a level of competency, an ability to be able to steer our town into the future. I don't think we can afford to hire another town administrator without a top-level municipal experience, somebody that's just looking to stay 3 years to bolster their pension. I think that we really need to find somebody who understands the job, has experience in working the job, and is willing to come to Wellfleet and be able to lead our community into the future. I'm familiar with the charter, and specifically with Chapter 5 and the roles and responsibilities of the town administrator. I recognize the importance of the position, and feel that while there is a search committee, I also think that the public's input into what their expectations are for the next town administrator are important to learn. As somebody who's got some pretty good experience working with communities and town administrators, actually since retiring, I've worked in 50 communities with town councils, town administrators, and town managers, and several mayors in the consulting business that I have. And I think that I bring the opportunity to identify the strengths of the leaders that we're going to need to be able to consider before we hire our next town administrator.
Okay, are there questions for Artie? John?
Yes. Would it be safe to say that during your career on the various police forces, and since going into the private sector, that you've got pretty wide investigative experiences? And if so, do you feel that this would be a good characteristic for somebody serving on the search committee to help us ferret out an effective town administrator.
Well, I think that my experience certainly would complement that for sure. I think one of the there's a fine line when you can inquire into people's backgrounds. However, there's also the World Wide Web, and applicants that that make a certain cut could be reviewed to the point where you get to learn a whole lot about them before you meet them.
Yeah, my main point being, so finding somebody, as I mentioned earlier, who will exercise firm leadership with regards to the chain of command. In other words, the position of town administrator being to answer to the select board, and in turn to be a leader to the town departments and the department heads, and when problems arise that aren't being addressed, to take a firm grip.
I think that goes to leadership, and it goes to accountability. And I believe that leadership starts at the top, like one of the previous candidates mentioned. I think it's important that there's a good relationship between the town administrator and the board, otherwise it's not going to work. But certainly as the day-to-day operations overseer, the town administrator has to assure that there is accountability by his department heads, and those department heads have to be sure that their subordinates are acting appropriately. A lot of that can be addressed by policy. One of the things that it seems that that the town really needs to take a look at is their HR issues, and certainly that would be something that the assistant town administrator and the new town administrator could get together with the department heads and work to the best that they could to be able to make sure that our human resources areas are where they should be.
Helen?
The last thing you said, Mr. Parker, endears you to me, because I felt that has been lacking. I've worked now with, counting Mr. Sumner, I've worked with 6 town administrators over the last 22 years. So I really like that you mentioned reading the charter. You're the first person who did it, although I know that some of the previous candidates are very familiar with it. And thank you very much for considering this, given the time commitment, even though it's limited, it's considerable. And your experience sounds very, very useful to me. Thank you for applying.
Thank you, Helen.
Okay. Are there any other questions for Artie? Okay. So I'd like to call on Stephen Kopitz. Maybe that's the Stephen on here. So. Yep. Okay. We can't hear you though. You're unmuted, but there's no sound. Nope.
See him.
Yeah. You can try
He
calling
needs to
in.
make sure his volume is up.
Okay, or the other option is to call in. So.
Can you hear me now?
Yep.
Yes.
Okay. All right. So first, I'd like to say that there are any number of really outstanding candidates here, and I'm very impressed by the people I've heard to date. I'm a bit of an outsider. I've had a house here now for 21 years. I've lived here full time for the last year. So I'm a comparative newcomer. My background is in corporate finance. I've sat on a number of corporate boards and worked for KPMG and Deloitte. So I bring a little bit of the sort of standard kind of corporate mindset. I don't have the experience with Wellfleet, with committees and boards. I see I'm the next item on the agenda here, but other than that, I don't have experience with this. I think the question that arises in my mind, and where my value added is if I listen to Ira and Artie, they've laid out a pretty specific set of criteria for a manager, and that's involving top level experience, willing to move to Wellfleet, Massachusetts municipal experience in fire and police and all those things. And I think those are all desirable characteristics. And the question for me is, well, can we afford that? Right? Is that going to fit into our budget? And I don't know what the market is for candidates in this particular area. If there's a good market and there are good candidates, then probably you have better candidates than me for this particular position. I'm of course happy to help out if I can, but I mean, I think you have a bunch of good guys there to choose from. Where my value added comes in is if you can't find the candidate within the budget constraint. And then you're thinking of, well, what do we do? You know, here's the ideal world. What do we do if we're not in the ideal world, right? That's where my consulting background, my strategy background begins to have value. So I, again, don't know the market for municipal administrators, and I don't have a view there. But if there's a question about whether we can hire within the budget constraint, then that's where I would add value. So thank you.
Okay. Are there questions for Stephen? Okay. Seeing none. The last one, which I don't think is on, is Stephen Gazzano. Yes, Gazzano.
There's someone just joining. I don't know if it's him. It's a Billingsgate Charters. I'm not sure.
Billingsgate.
I think so. Hang on. I've asked to unmute him so we can find out if that's who it is.
Okay.
I think Billingsgate Charters is Dave Stamatis.
Yeah, that's not Steve Gazzano. Sorry, Ryan, to interrupt.
Okay.
Not Steve
All right.
Gazzano.
So what we're going to do, there will be a vote where we're going to be ranking the candidates 1 through 10, with 10 being the highest. The ballots will go to Rebecca, and she'll tell us which ones are the 3 highest ones, and we would also definitely thank everybody else who applied for the position, or not for the position, for the appointments tonight. So Helen.
Yes, I certainly respect your diligence in caring about process, but I just read Mass General Law, Chapter 30A, Section 22B. No vote taken at open session shall be by secret ballot.
Okay, so the ballots.
Are you saying that our ranking votes aren't counted as actual votes?
1 second. What is the Mass General Law chapter?
It's Chapter 30A, Section 22B. I looked it up because I was interested. I thought, well, I've never run into this. And I have to say, having been in on a whole lot of pre-screening, TA pre-screening committee appointments, I've never heard of this.
So Helen, 1 second. What is the chapter and
Chapter 30A, Section 22B, and I can read it to you if you want me to.
1 second. There is not a section B.
Yes, there is, Section 22B.
Okay, no. Okay.
Can I read it to you?
All right, so there'll be open ballots. Okay.
Thank you.
So, and Rebecca can put them up, I guess, once we take the vote. Rebecca, you got that? Sorry.
Yes, I got it. Let me see if I can just edit it for 1 second.
Okay. Janet?
What, you want me to vote?
No,
What?
you have your hand up.
Oh,
I have a question.
so I want to clarify, you keep saying 3 candidates, but we've already appointed Kathleen Granlund.
Yes.
So it's really only 2 candidates, right? Because we have Chief Polly and Chief Hurley.
So there's 2 appointments to be made. I was figuring we would cut it down to the final 3 candidates. And then we could discuss those ones, if that makes sense. So.
Okay.
Okay, Rebecca, let us know when you're ready.
Yeah, Chief Hurley's not in the running, by the way.
He's already been appointed, John. Chief
No.
Hurley and Chief Polly have already
No,
been appointed.
Chief Polly has been appointed and Charlie has been appointed. Chief Hurley has not been appointed.
Okay, so there should be a poll
Okay, sorry.
that just popped up on your screen.
What, so,
You see it?
Yeah.
Okay, so again, 1 being the lowest, 10 being the highest, and we'll do this for each of the candidates. And then the highest 3 will or basically discuss. Okay.
And our, sorry, Brian.
Yes.
Yeah, so but what we fill in here has to be identified as coming from each one of us, right?
It will be. So
Okay.
it's used in classrooms.
Right.
So it's identified by person.
Okay.
Okay.
And you may not be able to see it tonight, Helen, but it will be in public records.
Okay. I hope that works. So we should all fall silent and do this, correct? Ryan?
Is it? So we're just so we're just clicking on one of these, whichever.
For each applicant, the next one will pop up after you fill in the first one.
Oh, I see. Okay.
So we're again, 1 being the lowest, 10 being the highest, and then we'll discuss the 3 applicants with the highest overall score at the end.
10 being the highest. Okay.
so can we take a few moments to write down for us to figure how we're ranking them? This was not what I expected.
Again, which one is which ones are the highest for you, and which ones aren't.
We're just picking 3.
So you're going to pick one you're going to rank each, well, have a number value for each one. And then the 3 with the highest overall combined score at the end we'll discuss. So basically the scores of all of us will be combined and the highest 3 we'll discuss.
So one more time, is 10 or 1 the highest? 10
is the highest, 1 is the lowest.
Okay.
Whoa.
Yeah.
So 10 is the top choice?
Yes.
Yep.
Yes. We're going to discuss the ones with the highest overall score at the end. So 10's the highest.
Well, I'm clicking things and nothing's happening. So am I doing it wrong?
It's working for me.
Yeah, you might need to scroll down.
Scroll down.
I'm scrolling down as we go.
Yep.
Yeah, I'm submitting and nothing's happening.
Well, you have to vote on everyone.
Oh, I see. Okay, I see now. All right, didn't scroll down. Okay, I got it.
Hey, I just got a text from somebody that everybody is getting the poll, not just the board.
Oh, God.
Okay.
Well, it's a public, we're meeting in.
I don't know. Rebecca, will you be able to filter it just for us?
Yeah, once you guys are all done, I can see the board members that voted.
Okay.
No, mine's not working.
Yours isn't working?
No. Can you open it for me again? Polls. Okay. Click.
I stopped sharing. That might be helpful. I don't know though.
What do you actually check on?
Where it says choice 1, choice 2, choice 3, choice 4.
I got nothing. Maybe it's my Mac. I don't know. Or my browser. No, I'm in Zoom. I'll just text mine.
Okay, sorry.
That's fine, Ryan. Don't worry about it. It's technical. Oh, what happened? Oh, no. Okay.
Yeah, I hope this works.
I hope the audience
Right.
is being
Just got
patient.
just got a text that said, okay, that's better. So
Yeah, I
something-
I'm starting to see results, so.
I haven't submitted yet.
You have to submit each, okay.
No, you go through the entire list and then at the end you click submit.
Oh, now you tell me. I'm all the way at the end.
The button will change to blue.
All right. All right.
Oops, just made a mistake.
How do you delete it if you?
Whatever.
If you click the button you didn't mean to, just click the one you
Yeah.
meant to and it'll change.
Yep, it will change. It only
Mine
stays
doesn't
there.
work. I'm just gonna text it.
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, I'm glad we're not voting for president.
I'm noting down all my choices.
I'm closing my eyes. I don't have, it's, you know,
I'm thinking about a hot bath.
yeah. I would have, so in the future, I think it would be better to have us vote tomorrow, just so we could really put our ducks in a row. But, you know, maybe that's just the way my brain works. And I'll remind the audience too, that we are hiring a consulting firm so that they will narrow down all the choices. I don't know what they'll narrow it down to, but usually like 5 or 6 or so. Maybe even 2, so. Yeah.
Okay.
We're just ranking all applicants.
Yes.
I did, yeah.
Yep.
Okay.
This was the best way I could figure to, with the number of applicants we had, with the number of positions. Or,
That's good. We'll see how it works.
yep.
Okay, I keep only coming up with 7 people. And yet there are 8.
So Fred McGee was not on my list.
Right.
I forgot to say that.
So Fred,
He said no, okay, okay.
We already voted for the.
he's like, I'm out. So.
Okay,
I've submitted my list.
so when are we gonna go back to meeting in person? I don't expect an answer.
Hopefully, well, after the meeting rooms get fitted out, then we'll see. So that's part of the,
Oh, good, great.
which would have made this whole thing a whole lot easier. I agree. So. Okay, Helen, did you submit it already?
I'm just checking that
Okay.
I voted for everybody. I
Okay,
had to go through it twice, sorry.
oh, that's fine. And John?
I submitted mine.
Okay, I knew somebody had said it.
Just, hold on, just,
Oh, there's no rush. I'm just trying to figure out where we are.
no
So,
rush, thank you. Okay,
and Janet?
I submitted mine.
Okay, you're good. All right.
almost done, hold on. Okay, got it. Here we go.
And then Mike, let us know when you're ready.
I just sent mine to Rebecca.
Okay.
So this, through, Brian? Yep. So these lists that we all checked, just as they are, will be available to the public
Yes.
when?
I would assume when we do the minutes. If that makes sense.
Maybe Rebecca can answer that.
Yeah.
I
Rebecca,
will do my best to have it for you.
yeah. And Rebecca, let us know when you're ready.
I'm ready if everybody's submitted.
We have, I believe, right?
You want to take a roll call?
Yep. Just Mike texted his to you.
Yep, I have it.
Okay. So everybody else should have submitted.
All right, let me end it and save it. Hang on one second.
Okay.
I guess this would be the wrong time to go refill my coffee cup.
Ron, is it hot?
I'll have to nuke it.
Yeah.
Well, you're in luck because only the select board voted, so I don't have to worry about that.
Good.
So 10 being the top candidate.
Highest, yeah, the best, please.
That's what I did. I'm just double
Good.
checking.
I'm just gonna add Mike's in there. So if you guys want to move forward, we can do that.
Okay. So yeah, let's go to the Cable Advisory Committee appointment and then come back to give Rebecca a minute or two.
Oh, okay. Well, I move to appoint Steve Kopitz to the Cable Advisory Committee.
Helen second?
Okay. Roll call vote.
Wait,
Oh, you want to discuss? Okay, Helen, sorry.
no, I just, this applicant applied for 3 things. And I just want to encourage this applicant to contact the town administrator and see about being on the FinCom with your background. Thank you.
That would be the moderator. That would be
I mean,
the,
blah, I meant the moderator. Yep.
I
Sorry.
think that committee might be full now, but I'm not 100% sure.
Thank you.
Fred, it's full, right? Yeah, it's full.
Sorry.
Okay, so can I have a roll call vote?
For what?
Cable Advisory.
Oh, sorry.
Michael, aye.
Janet, Michael, Janet,
John and I.
Ryan, I.
Helen and I. Thank you, Mr.
Okay.
Kopitz.
Thank you, Steve.
Welcome.
Good luck. Read your charge. And Ryan, may I add the thing I always add? You can't miss 4 meetings in a row.
Yep.
Read the charter, please. Thank you.
Okay. All right, so back to the other town administrative search committee appointments. I don't want to get into the business items until we finish this. So.
I think I can actually share the results with you right now.
Okay, that would be
Let me-
awesome.
let me just see if I can do that for you.
Yeah,
Yep,
share-
hang on.
share screen.
Can you see that or no?
Just,
Understand it.
yeah,
Okay.
that's not very
Hang
good.
on, hold on one second. Okay, so these are the results. These are who picked what. So it is, I have to tally them,
Yeah.
which I can do, actually.
I can't make head or tail of.
Yep, so give me a second and I'll just tally them for you to make it easier.
Well, the bottom line is the tally, right?
No, it's not.
Nope,
That's Mike's vote.
right. Yeah, give me like 2
Tell.
minutes.
Okay,
Yep.
I get it. I get it. All right. Check. What was that?
I believe she's counting.
That I am. But I can't count. Okay, you want the top three?
Just show us the whole thing and then just tell us
Sure.
which the top three are. That way
Yep,
it's
hang on
out
one
there.
second. Yep,
And we have the results in the meeting to, yeah. For Mass General Law, definitely.
got it. Hang on one sec.
And thank you
Alright.
for double checking that, Helen.
Well, we're all pitching in here, right? We want to make it right.
Okay, can you see this?
Yep.
Okay, so Kathleen Bacon had 32 votes. Stephen Gazano had 12. Skip had 24. Phil Kramer had 20. Ira Wood had 38. Artie Parker had 45. Bruce Burns had 48, and Steve Kopitz had 11. So it looks like your top three are Bruce, Artie, and Ira.
Okay. So, and again, thank you for everybody who has applied. It was really good to have so many qualified candidates, so that we can check on, make sure that we get a good committee to help us look for the next town administrator.
Ryan, can I just say something? I've got my hand up.
Yes.
I would like some of the applicants for this committee to apply for being TA. I mean, there are some really good applicants. I'll throw that out there.
Okay.
Wait, did we have 3 seats available right then?
No, we have two currently.
Let's choose.
So
Are we choosing between the top three? Is that what you
between
said?
the top three, yeah, right now there's two seats available. If that makes sense.
Right. So now we vote for the top, out of those three?
We can discuss the three. So Janet, you still have your hand up?
Oh, no, sorry, nope, forgot to take it down. So we're gonna discuss the top three.
If we want to, or somebody can make a motion, it's up to the board. But if somebody would like to discuss it, I'd like to give the opportunity to do that first. So Helen?
Yeah, this is really was hard for me because the majority of the people who applied, I thought would be excellent on these groups. I'm reminding people not on this board who have already heard me say this is, I was on a pre-screening committee back in the early 2000s, mid 2000s. I was the chair, and the group dynamic is important. And it's a dead heat for me between these three. They were my three highest votes. And I think I'd come down to Bruce and to Artie. The choice between Bruce and Ira was very tough for me, but Artie is a little bit, despite his long years here in Wellfleet, is one step away from the intricacies of what's going on right now, and yet is very informed about Wellfleet. Whereas Ira is still on the FinCom and deeply, deeply informed, and was on the select board for years, was excellent, was one of my favorite chairs ever on the select board. So this is hard, but I'm going to come down for Bruce and for Artie.
Okay, John?
Yeah, that's a good point about Artie, because he not only has a lot of experience here in town, but he's also had experience in other towns as a police chief hired specifically to deal with problems on those police forces. He basically came in as a troubleshooter, and a very successful one. So he's seen how things work and how things don't work, not just in Wellfleet, but in other municipalities. And I think that's a very valuable asset. So I'm definitely, I'm still making up my mind between Bruce and Ira. That's the toughest call. That's a tough call. But I definitely would like to see Artie on the board.
Okay. Any other comments?
I guess I'll comment. I guess that's what we're doing.
Yep.
So I agree. Those are my top three. I don't think Ira will take offense at this, but Bruce seemed a little more enthusiastic. And I know Ira always has a lot on his plate and a lot of creativity. And I think it'd be great to have Artie do something in town, or shall I say Artie do something in town. So I would vote for Artie and Bruce.
Okay. So then I would like to make a motion. I move to appoint Arthur Parker and Bruce Behrens to the
whatever.
To the Town Administrative Search Committee.
Pre-screening.
It's
screening. It's a screening committee.
Pre-screening.
No, it's called the search committee right now. That says it was authorized.
Second.
Okay, roll call vote.
Janet, I.
Don, I.
Michael, I.
Ryan, I.
Helen, I.
All right. Well, thank you, everyone, again. So onto business. I'm going to take the last item of the business out of order, which is town meeting.
Yeah.
So Charlie, if that's okay with the rest of the board.
Yes.
Okay. Okay, Charlie.
Thank you, Ryan. Okay, so I had originally talked about holding a town meeting on December 4th because I was frankly worried about whether there were some major issues that might come up over this period of time that absolutely had to be addressed. So, you know, hence we picked December 4th because we could take advantage of the existing statutory authority to have a lower quorum as well. Now, I've put together a draft warrant after reaching out to people, and at the moment we have, while there's 13 articles on the draft warrant, there's really 11 articles. 12 and 13 are just reports and other business. The big problem that I had mentioned during the financial overview is we're not as advanced as we had wanted to be relative to closing FY 20 and FY 21. Part of that is a lot of the difficulties with the cash reconciliation, which is the most important work that we're doing. And then some of the absences we've had with staff for appropriate and bona fide reasons. So Lisa has had to pick up slack in other areas. So anyway, we're not going to have free cash certified for this date. And if we don't have free cash certified, we just don't have any money to spend. So I would tell you that at the moment, we shouldn't hold a town meeting on December 4th. We're just going to have to keep slogging through the work that we're doing and see where we end up in time frame that might be. There are a few items on the draft warrant that when I really look at them in detail, you know, Article 1 is budgetary transfers. We have a bunch that we need to make. They can wait. The Article number 2, which is the capital budget, we have 4 items. There are some issues there, but they don't have to be done in December. They could be done some other time. Prior year invoices can wait, Article number 3. Number 4 and 5 were OPED and stabilization fund. I was just trying to replenish those if we had a solid free cash certification just for bond rating purposes. I will say the harbor flora and fauna survey and the multi-hazard mitigation are problems. I'll have to come up with some other ideas to solve those. But anyway, it just appears to me otherwise, largely, we don't have to have a town meeting in December, and we're not going to be ready in December.
Okay, so basically, if we're not ready, gonna be ready, there's, yeah. There is the consequence of not having it by then is that on December 15th, the legislation that allows us to hold town meeting in a different fashion, including the reduced quorum or out of town boundaries expires. So just so everybody is aware of that, it means that we would, if we have a special town meeting, after, you know, at some point after, instead of waiting for the annual town meeting, we will have to meet the quorum, and we probably will have to have it in the elementary school gymnasium. So, okay, Helen, you have your hand up.
Yep. So Charlie, couldn't we just wait until a more normal time, like when we have ATM? Could we wait that long? That's my first question. My second thought is, if we could wait until then, it's possible that we could have another outdoor meeting. Because April has many warm days. It also has many cold days. But I mean, for heaven's sake, it's not like they had it in the Arctic in the middle of, the night in Provincetown last year. I'm not suggesting we do that, but it would give us more options. And I frankly like the biggest quorum we can possibly get. And I think I remember that both those outdoor town meetings we had enough of a quorum that we could have met the normal quorum requirements. People show up. So that's what I think. So Charlie through you, Brian, Charlie, can you answer that question? Couldn't we wait until ATM?
Thank you, Helen, for asking that question. I should have mentioned that. I'm thinking we can. The only risk that we have that I was worried about originally was when we set the tax rate in the next couple of weeks, when the Department of Revenue comes in, if they find some glaring problem with the budget that we put together, the foundations of that budget, that's a concern that kind of haunts me a little bit, but I don't, I'm more optimistic about that. I don't see that as a huge problem that we need to concern ourselves with at the moment.
Brian, through you to Charlie.
Yes, go ahead.
That's going to be answered next week, isn't it?
Yeah, well, it's going to be answered in the next week and a half. Yeah.
So I guess what I'm wondering is, what is the deadline for submission to printer with the December 4th date?
Yeah, I didn't bring that home with me. I'm sorry. Right.
Okay, so we could, if I'm just thinking out loud here. So if the DOT says, DOR says, hey, you do have a problem.
Yeah.
We could have a special town meeting maybe sometime in January if we needed to, but otherwise, if there is no problem, we could just do this all at the normal time.
Right.
I think you're
Is that
making,
correct?
I concur with all of your statements.
Thank you.
Mike?
Yeah, I was just gonna say, if something comes up, we can just deal with it when that comes up. If anything comes up that needs to be dealt with prior to Springtown meeting, then we can do the special town meeting. And it doesn't really matter what month, it's just there has to be enough of a draw to the town meeting, enough people to attract a full quorum of town. And yeah, that's all.
Okay, Charlie?
Yeah, thank you, Ryan, again. Yeah, and I think this exercise was good because we sort of fleshed out what some of the other issues were and how significant they were. So, and the other thing is, this will allow Rebecca and I to get a jump on preparing a warrant really right at the turn of the new calendar year. So we can give a really good draft warrant to the Finance Committee and the Select Board right after the holidays.
Yeah.
Great.
Oh, one more question.
Go ahead, Helen.
Sorry, one more question to you, Charlie. However, to avoid the dishevelment of last year, aren't the department heads and so forth going to go through what is usually the normal process of submitting their needs and requests and their budgets on schedule?
Yes, yeah. Yeah, I didn't mean to suggest that would be different. I'm just saying this allows, there's a foundation of warrant articles that's already been created. And it won't be like we'll come into January and they're like, oh, we have to start working on the warrant. We've just gotten a little advanced work done. So and we have a lot going on. So I just think it'll help us a little bit. That's all I was suggesting.
Okay, so Dan Silverman or Danny, I'm wondering if you can help us out a little. can, I didn't think of this until just now. We need a motion, I believe, because we have set a date for the special town meeting. So we need to, yeah.
Do we have to,
Go ahead.
You haven't formally set
Right.
the date because you haven't posted the warrant. But
Okay.
given that you kind of notified the town based on your past meetings that we're going to have a town meeting, I think it would be prudent to have a motion that that we will not have a town meeting on December 4th. Stand by to stand by.
Okay. Is there any discussion on that before we make the motion?
nope,
Okay, I move that the town of Wellfleet shall or will not have a special town meeting on December 4th, 2021.
Helen second.
Okay, roll call vote, please.
Janet, I.
John, I.
Michael, I.
Ryan, I.
Helen, I.
Okay, motion carries 5-0.
Yeah.
Yep, and thank you for sticking it out, Danny. Now we're a little later.
I forgot to say, hold on to hold on.
So, I mean, Charlie kind of briefly touched on the warrant or the draft warrant. Does anybody feel like we should go over it tonight, or should we just hold off till later?
I don't see
think
any
we-
need to go through it tonight as a board.
That'd be my instinct as
Yeah,
well.
agree.
Okay, so on to budget season, which we're also entering into. So there's a FY23 budget policy. The select board is required by the charter to issue a, basically to issue these by the end of, what is it?
October.
There's a date. It's in the charter. 1 second, I can find it. I thought I included it. Yeah. But it's the end of October. So charter.
And usually we have the schedule of,
Yep, there is a schedule. It's one of the later items.
okay.
So it is.
Ryan, trying to be formal here.
Yep.
Do you want me to find it and screen share it for you?
And we don't really need the date really because.
Okay.
Time. We're on time, so.
Yep. Okay, so I drafted the budget policy and the budget management goals. I included the draft I'm proposing and then the draft for the policies and goals from last year. But it doesn't really come through too well that they were for last fiscal year for those. But so I'd like to open discussion on the fiscal year 2023 budget policy. Is there any discussion on it?
I'm trying to find, oh, here we are.
Go ahead, Helen.
Yeah, I think I heard you just say that it's pretty much what we had before, correct?
It's similar. There are some changes.
Do you want to highlight them, please?
Give me a second.
Thank you. I'm very, sort of tattooed
Yeah.
in my brain.
Yeah, I'm dyslexic, so I tend to not be able to pick out the differences between two documents without them being,
Okay, 1 second.
red line.
Budget goals. Budget policy. No, that's not it. Which one are we? We're talking goals right now. No, policy.
Policy, yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, there's the change track one. So, like back to Zoom. Can I share the screen? Rebecca?
Yep, give me 1 second.
Okay, share screen and screen 2. Okay. So the red is, or the strike through is the sections that are deleted. And the other red sections are the sections that are added.
Can you make it any larger, Ryan?
Yeah.
I don't know how you can do that without milk. I need milk.
Rebecca,
Sorry.
Okay, how's that?
That's great. Okay. How come you deleted budget components?
It's not necessary.
I'd personally like to see that just in there, just, you know,
Okay. Helen?
for new board
Yes.
members.
Yes, so would I. This goes into the warrant, right?
Yes.
And it's very important to remember that people other than ourselves are going to be reading it. I would like that left in there too. Mike, are you done? Can I go down what's on this page?
I thought we were just doing one section at a time.
Okay,
Okay.
so please leave that in. It doesn't hurt. Thank you.
Okay. Okay, let me know where you guys are. So Helen?
Yeah, budget changes now.
Ryan,
Yep.
yeah, so did you put a line through what should of course be the case, which is object codes and summary should be
So
consistent?
they're actually going to be changing object codes from year to year based on the new balance sheet that's being developed by Lisa.
No, but at the time in the document, they should be consistent across all organizational units so that I'm not looking at one set of way of describing things, summaries or object codes for one section of the warrant and another way in another section of the same warrant. I would guess that that would have to be consistent, just common sense. And is that why you put a line through it?
Kind of, but object codes are, or actually, I'll go to Fred first. So Fred. And then I'll,
Thank you.
sorry.
Yeah, and maybe we haven't gotten down to that section on the screen, but under capital improvement, there's no stipulation that the TA has to get the capital improvement plan to the finance committee by October 1st, which used to be the case in the documentation. In some of the stuff that got lined out, it said October 30th, which is not, can't be right because we have to have a report and 2 meetings before November 30th. Within those 2, meet with all the department heads and so on. So October 1st should be the right date, but it's not stipulated. I just wanted to mention that.
Okay.
Well, I thought it was October 30th.
Yeah, that's wrong. It used to be October 1st, and then it got changed last year because she who will not be named didn't even know that there was supposed to be a capital improvement plan submitted. And so by the time we caught up with that, it was near the end of October. And somehow the date just got shifted a whole month over, and it's just wrong.
Somehow. So back to object codes and summaries should be consistent across all organizational units. Can we write annually?
Charlie?
Leave it in there because, or maybe I don't understand what it is, but I think to Helen's point, I think the point of it is that all these different budgets shouldn't be using different object codes in a single year. So they may change, but everyone should be on the same page. Is that?
Kind of, but it varies based on your accounting systems. So Charlie,
Yeah, I'm having trouble viewing the document that you're looking at. Okay, I'm sorry. And then which one are we on? Now I can see it a little bit.
budget changes, and it says
Oh.
object codes and summaries should be consistent across all organizations.
Oh, well, I guess the object codes are really going to be the chart of account numbers. So I suspect that's what that's talking about there.
Yeah, and should all of them be the same?
Yeah, well, we've changed the whole chart of accounts so that those object codes will be the same. So office supplies and police will have the same object code as the fire department. So I think that's fine.
And what about for the previous fiscal year?
That's going to be a problem for the previous fiscal year.
So that would require the previous fiscal year to use the same chart of accounts, basically.
Yeah, and that's not going to be.
Okay. So, all right, we can just deal with this on the next budget policy, but I think it's good to have that in there so that in future policies, I mean, I wouldn't mind leaving it in there and saying on an annual basis, on a fiscal, in the fiscal year, in the current fiscal year or something like that. So it stays in here so that we don't have a situation where we fall back into, departments submitting different types of codes for different things in charts of accounts in the future.
Yeah, and in the future with a new chart of accounts, you would also expect to compare changes from fiscal year to fiscal year. It's just that there's a different
Right.
chart of
It's
accounts.
just this year.
Yeah.
I got that. Okay. I mean, I don't care what you want to do with it. It's just, if we take it out, I'd like it put back in the future when we do have a new chart of accounts and it's, the
I'll
document
leave it for
gets
now.
recycled every year. So,
Okay, enterprise funds.
okay. This one, Ryan, was one that I noticed, and I'm not sure that we can ask them to start transitioning to a self-supporting fee structure without the current infrastructure. I think there needs to be some kind of feasibility study, and if we do that, if we ask them to transition to self-supporting fee structure, people's water rates are going to go through the roof pretty quickly because there's not enough people on the line.
So, I mean, my point in debating that is that they've been talking about having a feasibility study or alternative rate model, and have had monies approved at town meeting for such a study, and they've never done it. And Charlie, I see your hand up.
Yeah, I think it's a good idea to develop budgets that identify all costs, direct and indirect, and then show the revenue structure that exists. And then if there is a subsidy or a deficiency, we'll show that. I will say that I have been working with, in this case, with the water commissioners, and we either have or we're about to issue a request for quotes. A request for quotes for the water fees, water rate study. Now, that'll come back, and then there'll be a conversation at the policy level between the water commissioners and ultimately the select board to say, if you want to get to self-sufficiency over a period of time, this is what you'd need to do. So anyway, we'll present a budget that I would like to show all these costs, and then you can make a public policy decision if you have to subsidize it, which you probably will have to do
Yeah.
over a period of time.
And previous policy statements just said that the enterprise funds shall be self-supporting, period. They did not include any sort of subsidies whatsoever from the general fund. Helen?
I've got the feasibility study in my head and I've had it there for decades.
Yeah.
I fully agree with this paragraph. I like the language that says, shall start transitioning. That is the best they can do. And the fact that they have tried to make it attractive to people who don't need DEP approved potable water just to pay their bills is frightening, considering what we know about climate change and the possibilities. This will probably not be a problem during my lifetime, but it could be. So I really like this paragraph. And, you know, the state, and this has been true for a very, very long time, has said water systems should be paying for themselves. But the way this was set up initially, and unfortunately we can't really go back except to ask the water commissioners to please start charging people reasonably for this unlimited use of our most precious resource, which we cannot replace until desal becomes internationally available, which it won't for a long time. And I think that encouraging them to do this is good. We cannot tell them how to set their fee structures. We can just tell them we hope they do something with it, which I've done repeatedly as one person. And I like this, and it should be left in my opinion.
So
thank you.
Just for clarification, we actually can tell them because we control the budget. If we say that you know you're not receiving support from the general fund, then it has to be self-supporting, period. Which is something that, you know, I would not encourage right away because that would be a massive price shock to people. But to tell them, you know, all right, you've been talking about doing a study on all your rate studies for the last 5 years. Start doing one, I think is appropriate. Helen?
Yeah, I mean, I just add that the numbers are so simple and so easy to look at, and I'm surprised that they're putting this up even more by wanting to pay somebody to do a feasibility study, which they could do in like 3 meetings. Thank you.
So, Mike?
I don't mind leaving it in there. It's better language that was there. Just the reality of the situation is what it is. And without, you know, having more people on the system, there's no way, in my opinion, that you can reasonably charge people for water and be in a enterprise fund that's self-supporting. So that's fine. We can leave it in here the way it is, but we should be cognizant of the reality. Some people need that potable water because the well water is just not good enough.
This actually the equipment thing, so it's this. To the capital budget.
Rebecca, can you mute me for a minute, please?
I'm fine with that, Ryan.
Okay. Anybody else?
Stuff flying around my yard right now. Can
Yeah.
hear it.
Okay, are we ready to move on?
Yeah.
Yeah, move on.
Okay. Capital improvement plan.
Yeah, that's fine.
Okay. This is the date. So I wanted one that was doable. For the, yeah, you know, I don't want to put in a
Right,
date
yeah.
that's not doable.
Mhm.
Okay, the budget development.
I missed comment on the last one. I was muted.
You missed it.
Fred? Sorry, you have your hand up, so.
Yeah, just on the capital improvement plan, if you wouldn't mind amending it just to say that the town administrator will review and present the recommended capital improvement plan by or no later than October 1st, because that's how the charter used to read. I believe it still does.
So the problem with that is that have you had a meeting on it yet?
Yes. And in that meeting, we assigned every member of the finance committee through their liaison roles to go to their various department heads and vet their capital plans for the year, some of which are complete, but some of which are woefully incomplete, and come back in our November meeting, which will be our public hearing on November 18th, to do a brief report on each one of their departments, and we will then make our recommendations and submit our report to you guys by November 30th, as noted. But if we first got the plans at the end of October, I'm not sure how that would work. We would barely have any time to vet it. Because there are questions that come up. We have a number of departments that have 3 or 4 years missing in their capital plans. They might have next year and nothing beyond that, and that kind of defies logic. So
I mean, this is for this coming year's budget, not next year's.
but they're 5-year plans.
Just whether we can ask people to submit it October 1st when it's already October 26th.
Yeah.
Oh, no. Oh, I see what you're saying.
This is just
That
this year's.
Yeah, this is
Okay.
for this year's.
Changes every year. Yeah.
Never mind then. You'll have your report by November 30th. The process is rolling. Got it.
We're just trying to make it realistic right now.
As Rosanna Dana used to say, never mind.
Okay. Budget development, anything? Okay, public meeting on proposed budgets and budget approvals.
Wait a minute. Can we,
Yep,
yeah, please, it's select board. Yeah, you changed it.
it says select board,
Yes, it does. Sorry.
except for this one here as a typo.
Yeah.
There we go.
I think this is better. It's more flexibility.
Yeah, and I have been in discussions with Fred about having a joint meeting as well. So
Any idea when that would take place?
so it's actually at the request of the department heads. So they would like to do it when after they submit their budgets in the entirety, rather than before they actually submit the budgets, which is how it was done in the past. And that way it saves their time as well. They would do one meeting with both the finance committee and the select board at the same time, rather than going to 2 separate meetings.
It makes more sense.
Yeah.
Besides, things were always, it was almost impossible to keep that schedule anyways, because select board members and getting everyone to meet on that particular 7 PM Tuesdays or Wednesdays in January is not always feasible, so.
True.
Okay, additional requested budgets amounts.
Mm.
Must be justified, justification. Supporting documents.
Yeah, give it 1 second, Helen. So I'm going to just give John an opportunity to read through before.
Yeah, I think it's better.
Yeah, I do
Yeah.
too.
Okay.
That the
So-
priority is better.
Yeah, Helen?
Yeah, this is a very important section because, as I always say, it's important to know justification is important, but it's also very, very important for departments to be encouraged to tell us what's on their wish list and why, so that they don't feel that they get a kind of preference for having no requests at all. Do you see what I mean? Like, we can say no and they can reconsider it, as happened a great deal this year. You know, what they might want, but we need to know and they need to know and put it out there and justify it. What it is that they really would like, even if it's pie in the sky. So I'm not sure requests that place a minimum reliance upon the property tax. I think that's good to have that out there, to have it taken out. Thank you.
Okay. All right. So onto non-property tax revenue sources.
This we may adjust before after we've received the information from Charlie, as far as use of short-term rental tax. Maybe add it in here, but I guess we can do that then.
It's on the goals. I didn't specify amount though, because we haven't
Yeah,
got that far. But I did that separately. So just so it's easier to review from year to year. And then the only thing is that, you know, this is still TBD. Budget timetable.
Would that include revenues from, if at some point we get around to addressing the parking issue at the marina or so, things like that?
Yep, any non-property tax revenue. So that also includes like application fees and beach parking revenues.
meals tax,
Yeah.
Dump
all that
fees.
stuff. Yeah, everything.
Okay. Any other on this part?
Yeah, I mean, can we revisit this part later on and alter it if we want to?
I don't know. Once we do this, it's done for the year.
Okay.
But it is in the fiscal management goals.
Okay.
So it is covered. It's just I broke it out separately. All right, so
Hey, Ryan,
yep, go ahead.
one line, we're still doing non-property tax revenue sources, correct?
Yep.
Okay, the last line, you know, I don't think that needs to be in there. In other words, that happens sometimes. We get to see that. I've seen numerous comparison, charts of comparable fees, but requiring there to be an updated list, the town administrator doing it, I just don't want to stick that onto somebody's job description like that. So I would leave that off. It's valuable. We can ask for it. You know, we can ask a TA to do it or an assistant TA to do it, but having this in here as a kind of requirement,
So it's actually fairly standard for other towns to have a list of comps. And that is important in determining your fee schedule each year as well.
May I ask for clarification? In other words, for competition purposes, really, in other words.
No, comparables. Comps stands for comparables.
No, I know that, but my point is, let's say Truro charges less. Well, we need to be competitive. That's what I meant.
That's, yeah. Not, you're not competing with other towns.
Oh, really? Thank you.
Yeah, Ryan, just in here as far, because this is our policy here.
Yep.
As far as non-property tax revenue sources, where it says that tax revenues that may be utilized to help offset property tax to the full extent practical. So I'd like in there somewhere to just say offset property taxes or utilized for housing issues or something like that as part of our policy, so that I just think it's important, because if we have an opportunity to do that and we decide to do that as a board, that it's already in our policy, that, you know, we're taking in now a substantial, probably $1 million a year in short-term rental tax. And right now it's saying that the policy is to utilize that to offset property tax to the fullest extent possible.
How about that?
Yeah, that's fine. As long as it's in there somewhere, part of our policy, then I feel, you know, we've kind of achieved, you know.
Okay. All right, so on to the goals. Oh, hello. Budget. Tract. Change tract.
Oh, Ryan, I'm sorry.
Yep.
Where you put that in there is under the fees part.
Yep.
And not the tax
Oh.
part. Fees shall be devised. So if we can put that up to where it says tax revenues. Yeah. So I don't think we're going to be using our beach fees.
Okay.
Yeah, perfect. Thank you so much.
So I move to approve the fiscal year 2023 budget policy as amended.
Second.
Okay, roll call vote, please.
Janet, I.
John, I.
Michael, I.
Helen?
Ryan, Helen, I.
Did you forget?
Okay.
Did you forget your
Motion
name?
carries 5-0.
I'm
Getting
sorry I
late.
swore before.
Yep.
I wasn't swearing at you.
Okay, this is the management goals.
Hmm.
And there's more stuff on housing a little bit further down, Mike, so.
Okay, number 7, revenue generated from community host agreements shall solely be used to offset any harming or increased needs for services relating to the sale of marijuana products.
Yep.
I think there's only a certain
Yeah.
provision of that host agreement money that's set aside for that is reimbursed to police, fire, and rescue to offset those costs. And then
education.
the other amount goes into the general fund.
So, Charlie, I'm gonna put you on the spot on community host agreement funds or revenues received by them.
Yeah.
Well, the reality is, one of the things I have sort of on my plate is, these organizations that have these host agreements, they do ask us how our services are impacted, how we're using these funds to offset impacts. And we don't have a tool to analyze that very well. And we're in the same boat as many other communities. So I have been thinking about, I talked to Copeland KP Law about it, and all of their communities are talking to them about the very same issue. There is a firm or two that does do some auditing to sort of help identify the true costs so that we can respond to these requests. And I think we're going to have to do that.
Charlie,
Just haven't had time to even think about working on a RFP to get quotes for something like that yet. So
Charlie, Ryan.
Yep.
Through you to Charlie. That's the community impact fee, right?
Right.
That's
Yep.
what it's called. It's not the community host. It's not all revenue generated from community host agreements. It's
Yeah.
just particularly the community impact fee, which is only what is it, 3% or?
But it's sizable though. It's 3%.
Sizable.
So right now, the revenues that will come into the town right now, the town only has community host agreements, which are based on community impact fees.
Right.
That's the 3%. There is a separate fee that can be charged, and that's a local option excise tax. And that is actually more flexible. The community impact fee itself is supposed to go towards specifically addressing any impacts.
Yeah, no, my point is just that it says revenue generated from the community host agreements.
Yep.
Some of that revenue is that excise tax.
No, it's not.
part of the
Wellfleet
host
currently doesn't have a local option excise tax on marijuana products.
We don't have an excise tax on marijuana
Nope.
products? Do we have it? We're collecting tax revenue.
No,
Why?
Yeah, we are. Yeah, we are.
For the state.
Charlie, can you?
Oh, yeah, well, we can go back and pull those agreements, but for the most part, you're just getting that impact fee, that 3%.
No, there's a big state tax that we get part of.
No.
We get-
No, we can opt into a local option. But right now, Wellfleet, the way that it's currently structured, we only have community host agreements, which are based on community impact fees.
Yeah. I
Just
think- I think I
3%?
agree.
Yep, 3% plus usually, some of them have an additional fee as well, or in-kind donation.
Yeah, that new one's the Terps there. We did get a couple of other small items, but they're modest.
Okay, Helen? I know you've had your hand up for a while, so I want to get to you.
Yeah, and I've completely forgotten what I was going to say. No, just kidding. Yeah, I'm just looking for the number. Sorry. Skip to the next person so I can find the number that I was going to ask you about. Sorry.
Janet?
So I would say with the revenue generated from community host agreements shall solely be used to offset any harm or increased needs for services, whatever, continued. We always expected to have the revenue generated to go for a number of things in town. And this started, what, 3-4 years ago, where we really needed revenues. So this could go for housing, for town improvements. I don't like the word solely, so maybe I'm wrong, but.
So Charlie, can you inform the board the risk of using the funds in a manner that is not for community impacts?
Well, every quarter, they ask us for detail on how we use these funds to
Yeah.
offset community impact. And we're gonna have to get more sophisticated on how we track and manage that. And the reality is that these organizations are doing this throughout the Commonwealth. And you know that when they come around for renewals, I guess, what, after 5 years, Ryan? That this is gonna be a point of contention legislatively.
Yeah, and it's also at the state level, they are pushing for what they're calling community host agreement reform. Basically, a number of communities are in danger of potentially losing the funds generated from community host agreements by not utilizing them for their intended purpose.
Yeah, so I have been, it's really one of these things, I mean, as you know, we're dealing with so many issues, but it is one issue on my plate that I would like to get some assistance to help analyze that properly.
It's my recollection that we were at least expecting a 3% local tax, not community impact, on top of the community impact fee. I'm not sure what happened there and if we have to readdress that, but we went through this my first year on the board,
Yeah.
and I don't know why it's not being collected.
So there isn't.
We're gonna have to look back. Well, then we're gonna have to add it.
Yeah, so Provincetown right now, they have both the community impact fee and the 3%. But Wellfleet right now only has the community impact fees and the community host agreements.
That's not what we were.
Well, we should implement something more. I don't know how we do it, but
Well,
that's
can-
not what I
we can
understood
opt
either.
into the 3% local tax. I was just under the impression that we had already done that.
Nope.
Yeah, I thought so too.
So,
Well, let's do it.
Is open.
So
You'll
how,
have to do it, you'll have to do it at renewal time, and
Yeah.
we'll see what happens legislatively between now and then.
Okay, Ryan, am I recognized?
Yep.
Okay, it was number 9. Even though we're just talking about the goals for this year, I think we should absolutely, given how concerned we are about housing and how we think about helping to support it and how the Housing Found Trust Group is helping us with that, that number 9 should absolutely not restrict any one-time source of revenue or the first year of a new revenue to be utilized only for housing support. I think we should decide this as it becomes available and seeing what is needed. I too think that the stabilization fund is a very, very important thing to have up to snuff. But I keep remembering Chief Pauly echoing something I was sitting there thinking, which is, remember, taxes affect people with less money in this town. And even though we need more housing and we need more good rental housing and we need to help with that all the time, keeping the costs down for living here generally is a very good idea for people who do already own property, whether they're people who might have somebody renting, right? Or a poor, a relative with less money staying with them or whatever. We don't want to raise taxes if we don't have to. And, we need to keep whatever comes in for whatever we need most at that time, and not to just have it generally automatically be put to one use like this as a goal. So it's definitely my goal to work for housing, but not to automatically apply money to it. Thank you.
okay, so before we, all right, so there's 2 different things to address with that before I get to you, Mike. So Charlie, can you tell the board about what happens with the first year of a previously unbudgeted source of revenue?
And it'll end up certified as free cash.
And it doesn't enter into the budget until the following year, correct?
That's right.
So
Yeah,
basically,
because you need to establish actuals before you can start projecting them for expenditure purposes.
so basically, it wouldn't really impact people's tax rate for that fiscal year.
No, that's correct.
Yep. Okay, and then the other issue is Wellfleet has in the past utilized one-time revenue sources to offset budget or the operating budget, and that just puts the town so far behind that we end up borrowing for items that we shouldn't be borrowing for. You know, the example is the ambulance fund, which was expended by the board in its entirety. And then we needed to replace the ambulance. So, Charlie,
Yeah,
I see
Ryan,
you waving your hand.
Yeah, I'm sorry. Yeah, I'm sorry I know it's late. I mean, I think that we'll see as we get this tax rate set and see what when we close out the last 2 fiscal years, what our actual revenues are. We don't know right now. But, you know, really the plan I would like to see us get back to is estimating local receipts at like 90%. You know, so when you do your expenditure plan, you use 90% of revenues, and then you end up with free cash. And you can use that free cash to help fund a lot of these smaller capital items that are now overrides on your ballot. So, but we'll see how this evolves.
Okay, Mike.
Oh, I just had a question about the stabilization, the same stabilization fund replenishment thing. Any one-time source of revenue, the first year of new revenue shall be utilized for housing support. I'm just not sure. Well, it's a goal, so I'm fine with it. I'm fine with it, because as long as there's some flexibility for us to be like, well, you know, we need to move some of it here to offset what we see coming next year.
Yeah.
In free cash, because some stuff has to get into free cash, or we're going to run into a budgetary constraint the following year, potentially, depending on what's coming up on the docket. And you know, while we're talking about this, I think we really need to start thinking about, you know, general override to some degree to kind of catch up with our sort of constant increases in wages, salaries, and benefits that outpace 2.5%.
That's on the goals as well.
And
How does that work?
well,
The general override.
it's sort of like saying, listen, we have these cost increases that have been incurring, and some towns do it every 5 years or something to adjust to the fact that the rising costs of a municipality outpace the property
revenue.
tax revenue levy of 2.5%. And at a certain point, year over year, you're going to wind up in a deficit where you start robbing Peter to pay Paul and doing stuff like pulling the ambulance fund over this year and the pension fund the next year. Anywhere you can move money around to sort of compensate for the fact that you don't want to raise property taxes above 2.5%, which we have been successful for years in not doing general overrides in this town. But at a certain point, you kind of dig yourself into a ditch where, you know, you're trying to make money work that just doesn't work anymore because the cost of everything increases beyond that mark of 2.5%.
Especially now. But what?
Yeah.
Well, what I'm curious about is what's the mechanism? How's that implemented?
It would be through a town meeting vote.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Okay.
It's like a general operating override. It's like to fund the operating budget to keep.
It's
pace.
voted on like any other override.
Yeah, and what it does also is once you've passed that override, that sets the current rate, and then the following year, you can go 2.5% over that revenue, right? So you've increased the revenue a little bit that year, and that might run you in however many years it takes before you've kind of caught up with yourself again. And, you know, that's just life in America. Everything gets more expensive.
Yeah.
So,
And the other thing is that, you know, we shouldn't be using free cash to fund the operating budget either.
Right.
It's again, one of these things that you're not supposed to do for good municipal finance. So.
it's not best practices.
And I hate to extend the conversation because I know everybody's tired, but, and I think that's the dilemma we're facing right now is, let's face it, we used a lot of money in stabilization fund to fund the budget this year because we had no choice. But we've got to remedy that. So I do, my bias is I do think an override is probably on the horizon.
I think you kind of put it off for too long. We need to talk about it so people understand it. Oh, you've got it in there right there. Yeah. Yeah, that's exactly it. Okay.
Never mind.
But did we address fully the the stabilization being replenished?
Yep, that's number one.
Yeah, no, I mean right here, the number 9.
Yep.
And I don't mean to take anything. Oh, we did address it, and I said I'm okay with it because it's a goal.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So, all right.
So wait, what did we decide to do with that?
Well, it's a goal.
It's a
So
goal.
is it your goal?
So I don't like the word shall. I mean, that really says you have to me.
Yeah.
But and we did just designate a lot of the rental tax 208 stuff to housing. So housing is certainly necessary. We also need to see a plan on where we can spend this housing money. But that'll take a while. I just don't like shall, you know, like so I've been a select person for a while. I've been connected with the town for a while. We just have really always had financial, I don't want to say difficulties or problems, but we haven't had a lot of money in the past. And I just don't like designating something now as we've got these new taxes and new allocations. I just want to be a little bit more lenient and conservative at the same time. I don't want to designate stuff until we really get some other numbers in. Does that make sense?
I think, Mr. Chair.
Yeah, go ahead, and then I'm going to Helen.
Yeah, that's fine. I think if we can just say, shall be used for housing support to the extent possible.
What about may be used? What about may be used
Yeah, that
or
would be
could
fine.
be used? I mean, just shall basically to me says you have to do it for that.
I think maybe used to the greatest extent possible.
Yeah, I would go with that.
Okay, Helen?
That was my point originally. Thank you, Janet. And Mike.
I don't think you need to the greatest extent possible. I don't think you need that.
No.
Just
And
maybe.
I'm talking right now, sorry.
I know. Well, he's correcting it, so I wanted to get it while he's got.
Yeah, and I think maybe used, I think this is obvious and we don't even need this in here, given, Janet and I basically said the same thing. Ryan, you just addressed the taxes going up, but in general, there are things that come up that we need to use money for. And they're not all about housing, and yet so many times they directly affect the people that have less money in this town, the social services and so forth. So I would just like to have this taken out.
It's just a goal, Helen.
I know, but goals are important, and I think we're considering it in a very careful, good way. Thank you.
I would disagree with taking it out.
Yeah, I don't want to take it out because it's a goal, and I think our goal should be, this is just for one
All
time.
right, yeah.
Okay, so modify the language and I'll be good with that.
It's
Okay.
already been modified.
Thank you. I'm taking my hand down now.
Okay.
I can take my hand down.
So I don't know if you guys want to get into, I mean, this is a lot of change tracking. Do you want to get into this part?
I'm tired.
Okay.
Hold on. Let me just briefly skim over it.
Okay.
But I would say I will also go along because I usually agree with all of your guys' budget recommendations. So I could just go to sleep and not vote.
I don't know if I agree with this.
May we look at this? I'm sorry.
Yeah, another time.
We have to do this tonight. We have to, by the charter, we have to have this done tonight.
To limit the overall increase.
So we don't have any control over the elementary school or the Nauset Regional High School assessment.
Okay, fine. So you're just leaving in here reduced subsidization of the Water Enterprise Fund?
No, this stuff is, the stuff here is stuff that I crossed out from previous years.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's all strikeouts.
Yeah. So some of it's reworded later. So like here, any new positions shall be valued at the cost that includes both salary and benefits.
Okay, yeah, that's good.
That's fine. I just need to skim over it, make sure I'm not missing anything.
Yep.
And here, any pre-existing vacant positions shall be evaluated for continued need.
Brian?
Yep.
Yeah, I liked very much the one above that and that one. That has not always been done in the past. Thank you.
That's good. You can go down. I'm good with that.
Yeah, and I like the idea of investigating regional opportunities that could lead to savings.
Yeah.
Yep. Okay, fine with me.
Okay. And so the free cash thing, we don't know right now what free cash is. So I don't want to.
Yeah, I think we have a goal.
That'll be your Christmas present.
Yeah, I think we have a goal of maintaining.
Yeah, it's 4.5%.
Yeah, and then also, I think our overall goal is to have 10% in reserves.
Yeah, so there's the stabilization fund, which is supposed to be a percentage of the overall operating budget, and then the finance committee has their own fund, and that's supposed to be 0.5% of the budget as well, of the general budget. So yeah, it comes up to be about, I'm not sure the exact percentage, but it comes up to be about 10.
It's about 10%. Well, we almost got to 10. That was the goal set a while ago. And
So you can leave that in there?
Yeah.
Yeah, the 4.5, the exact amount is like, you know, we can throw a dart. I mean, because we don't know what the budget is yet.
Yeah,
Just the goal. It's just.
and it's just a goal, like you said.
5% of the operating budget.
So Helen, you have your hand up? Okay. All right. So I think that covers it. I move to approve the fiscal year 2023 budget management goals as amended.
Second.
Okay, roll call vote.
Janet, I.
John, I.
Michael, I.
Ryan, I.
Ellen, I.
Okay, this will be the last. There's one other, again, this is required by the charter. And this is the budget and town meeting schedule. I don't know. Sorry, guys, I know it's getting late.
Well, this shouldn't take that long.
Okay.
It's just a schedule.
Yeah.
I mean, typically the administrative assistant or the executive assistant usually puts that together based on last year's usually, but everything's so weird now that the dates are gonna be, slightly off, but
She did do that for you guys.
Oh,
who did?
Rebecca?
no, I did it.
Okay.
Oh,
Sorry.
Shirley and I went through the schedule and we confirmed it with
Oh,
Jennifer
yes.
Concho.
So, did you?
Yes, I swear.
Well, is it
Scroll
different
down.
than what's in the packet?
Do you have it? It's in the packet right here. Oh, yeah. This is it.
Yeah, this is my
I think
schedule.
it's pretty good.
This is the nicely colored chart.
Yeah.
Yeah. So we have
Oh,
this every
geez.
year, and usually just the dates get updated by what's Courtney and now Rebecca would update these every year, but normally they're just the same depending on like what day of the week it is. But now we're kind of like working off of a weird thing, so as long as it's feasible, I think we can just approve it.
This is all mine, the dates. So
Yeah.
we need to take off the special town meeting that's on December 4th. Certified free cash, what's a realistic time, Charlie?
I'd say, let's use December 15th.
Okay. Any other changes? Helen?
Yeah, I've had my hand up for a while. Thank you for calling on me. I'd like to ask, first of all, if the October 18th was met. In other words, that deadline was met. Was
Yes.
Okay. So you started answering just now the thing I was going to ask about. What has changed because we're not going to have a special on December 4th besides that date? In other words, are we going to be doing everything else through you to Charlie probably, or maybe Ryan? What here is going to be changed? I would really like to not bump stuff down the road. I would really like to do what we normally do, which is to do stuff in December. And we didn't do it last year. And then we had, if you remember how much fun that was, jamming everything in at the end. And I would really like to be able to do all the December things. Can we do them, Charlie? The December, individual department head meetings with TA, the, submission of FY 2023 budget documents, annual report submissions due. Can we do all that?
My goal,
Like we could.
my goal is to do all that.
Yeah.
Okay, good. Back to normal, sort of. Thank you.
Yeah, and I'm sorry it's late, but I just think I have to do that. And now that I have someone else helping me, I'm optimistic. The only issue that I'm still struggling with is I want to develop a more robust financial projection document, but until I can close out the 2 prior fiscal years, it's stymie that effort. But anyway, otherwise, everything else I'm gonna strive to follow these dates.
Okay, so right now we have January 12th for a 5-year financial forecast to be submitted. Is that doable or does that need to be moved?
Oh, no, I have to have it done then, or I'm gonna have a confidence problem in myself. So, yeah, no.
Ryan?
Yep.
January 12th?
Yep.
Oh, yes, that's the third thing on January 12th. Well, that's going to be a nightmare day. Thank you.
Yeah, I mean, you don't have to wait till the day that everything's due to submit stuff. It's not like, I don't know. It took me a while to learn that for doing reports and yeah. I don't know. I learned that after I finished school. So
I'm so glad I'm working again.
Okay.
Oh, yeah.
So I move to approve the fiscal year 2023 budget and annual town meeting schedule as amended.
Second, Helen.
Okay, roll call vote.
Janet, I.
John, I.
Brian, aye.
Michael, aye.
Helen, I.
Select board reports. Can we please skip that unless anybody has something pressing?
Nope, I'm good for now.
Town administrator report.
Ryan, so maybe I won't review my report unless someone has a question, if that's okay. But I would like to add 2 items if I could. Rebecca Slick has done a good job, and we've opened bids for the Wellfleet public water system operation. And we received 1 bid that's whitewater. The base bid is $84,500 and the bid alternate price is $164,330. And, you know, their contract already expired once, and we did a 3-month extension, and it expires again on October 31st. So this is kind of pressing. And then the other issue is we opened bids for the Coles Neck water main replacement project. In those bids, you know, Rebecca has done all the work on that, Rebecca Slick. But the low bid was to Diggett Construction in the amount of $1,911,645.35. And just for a complete disclosure, Diggett Construction, Harry Sullivan was my 3rd baseman on my son's baseball team. So anyway, back in middle school. He's a nice young man.
Okay, the water operations has to be signed by October 31st. So because the current one expires on the 31st. The water main doesn't have to be signed right away, but obviously the sooner the better. So I don't know where the board is on this. Yeah, I've gone ahead and scheduled a meeting on Thursday at 7 to sign it if the board wants to go that way. If not, then we can take down the meeting. So, Helen?
Yeah, so these are 2 contracts that we need to sign by October 31st.
One that we definitely need to sign by October 31st, and one that is kind of related, but doesn't necessarily have to be right on October 31st, but relatively.
Here's my question. What do the water commissioners want? Obviously, they're going to want whitewater. They've been doing it forever. And insofar as I'm aware, which is intermittent at this point, whitewater's been fine. But about the other one, what do the water commissioners think about, what's it called? Diggett.
Diggett Construction is the low qualified bidder. And, you know, under the Mass General laws, we have no choice but to award it to Diggett Construction.
Okay, so can't we designate the town administrator to sign these?
We can. I wasn't really sure where the board was, so.
Is this on the agenda?
It's not on tonight's agenda.
We have to have a meeting to.
Yeah.
Yeah, we have to have a meeting then.
Yep.
Yeah.
So I put it on before we met today. I had Rebecca post a meeting on Thursday at 7. If we can have a majority of the board for that, does that work?
Do that, but as long as there's a quorum, I'm
Yep.
fine with you guys taking action without me.
Yeah.
You know, I may be in transit on Thursday unless I wait till Friday to leave.
Okay, will you be driving,
Yes, so I could do it by phone.
Helen?
Yeah, at 7:30 on that day, there's a Clean Water Committee meeting that I really want to go to.
It'll take more than 10 minutes.
Yeah, and if you could just do it at 6:30.
I can't because we won't meet the posting requirements.
Okay, so fine, 7 o'clock.
You know, we need
I
48
can do it.
hours.
I can do it.
It's gonna
7
take
o'clock.
10 minutes. I can maybe do it, but I have another meeting at 7:30. I mean, at 7 o'clock.
Do we have a quorum?
Yeah, I'll be there.
Okay.
Thank you.
I'll make every-
If this meeting ends before that time.
Aha.
I have a quick
Go ahead.
question. If we're still talking about the, you know, with Charlie. The media operations bid, is that now open for bid?
Yes.
Okay, because
Yeah,
I
I
know
think it's-
somebody might be interested. Should I, you know, I want to point them to,
Yeah, they can reach out to Rebecca Slick.
okay,
I have a date in there, but it's,
Yeah, November 1st bid opening.
oh, thank you.
that's when it opens? Okay,
No, that's when,
when they have to be in?
yeah, that's when when you open the bids, correct, Charlie?
Media, a bid opening on November 1st, yes.
Yep.
All right, so they need to get on the stick.
Yep.
Okay, all right. Thank you.
Anything else?
Minutes.
Yep, well, we have topics of future discussion.
Oh, I just wanted to, we got that letter from somebody, this is under correspondence, but I want to move it along. Asking about the elementary school playground. I think we had that postponed because of COVID and nobody was at school and we weren't sure how our money was. But I don't think we stopped any funding. I mean, I mean, they should have a playground. So what's the story with that? Or can someone look into it?
What happened with that is that it was on this is right after I joined the board,
Right.
that it was on the warrant or on the capital improvement plan. Then the school said, oh, it can go for another couple of
Right.
years.
Yeah. So
And then
where is it at now?
Then a kid fell through it a week
Right.
later. It got torn down, and then either I asked the school or we did, I don't remember which, if they wanted it back on the capital improvement plan for the annual town meeting, and they said no. That was the choice of the school, and that they wanted that they were going to use it for outdoor classrooms or something along those lines. So it is entirely on the school why there is currently not a playground there. So,
Okay, thank you.
Mike?
No, I don't have anything. My hand's still just up.
Okay.
I'd have had something, but if I did, I don't remember what it is.
What's this other letter here? About
What does it say?
some issue on Main Street.
That's something that we really have no jurisdiction over. It has to do with private property.
Mhm.
That's it.
So. Go ahead, Helen.
Yeah, we got a letter forwarded by our health aide from Eric Martinson, objecting to the use of masks, the mandate for wearing masks. And I just wanted to say in response to that piece of correspondence that I've done everything I can for the entire length of the pandemic to inform myself in every way about reading the science, reading the studies, reading everything. And the letter suggests that we haven't done that. And I just wanted to say, as one member of this board, I have been very diligent. Thank you.
I think most of us have.
Yeah, I think Hillary replied to him, so.
But it did come to us from her, so.
No, it came to us first, actually.
Yeah, came to us.
Yep. So on to minutes.
I moved.
No, Ryan, wait, hold on.
All right, is this about minutes or
Yes,
course?
it's about minutes.
Okay, well, I never know, Helen, so.
Well,
Go ahead.
a little trust. So that was the meeting where I got really, I couldn't stay in the meeting because I was unwell. And I think I left right after on page 3, and this should be noted if somebody leaves, or if somebody's late and they come in late. I believe that I left after the use of town property section on page 3. I left after the discussion about Max on the pier. And one could check it by looking at the recording. I didn't do that because after that, all the votes are 4-0. So if we could amend it simply to, insert there, Wilson left feeling unwell. Thank you. Wilson left the meeting feeling unwell. Thank you.
Okay. Anything else? Okay, so I move to approve the minutes from September 28th, 2021 as amended.
Helen, second.
Okay, roll call vote.
Janet, I.
John, I.
Michael, I.
Brian, I.
Helen, I.
Okay. Anybody care to adjourn?
I move that we adjourn.
Second.
Okay, roll call vote.
Janet, I.
John, I.
Michael, I.
Brian, I.
Helen, I love you all. Goodbye.
Thank you, everybody.
Good night.